Ga'al Yisrael. Page 295.
Adonai sifatai tiftachu fi yagid tehilatecha. Baruch ata Adonai Eloheinu v'Elohei avotenu v'imotenu Elohei Abraham, Elohei Sarah, Elohei Yitzchak, Elohei Rivka, Elohei Yaakov, Elohei Rachel, Elohei Leah, Ha'el Hagadol Hagibor v'Hanora, El Elyon Gomel Chasadim Tovim, V'koneh Hakol, V'zocher Chaste Avot Behimot, ומביא גאולה לבני בניהם, למען שמו ואהבה, מלך עוזר ומושיע ומגן. ברוך אתה אדוני, מגן אברהם ועזרת שרה. אתה גיבור לעולם אדוני, רב להושיע, משיב הרוח ומוריד הגשם. We're on page 299. מכלכל חיים וחסד, מחיה כל חי ורחמים רבים, סומך נופלים ורופא חולים, ומתיר אסורים, ומקיים אמונתו לשני עפר, לשני עפר. מי כמוך בעל גבורות, ומי דומה לך. מלך ממית ומחיה, ומצמיח ישועה. ונאמן אתה לחיות כל חי. ברוך אתה אדוני, מחיה כל חי. Page 303. נקדש את שמך בעולם, כשם שמקדישים אותו בשמי מרום, ככתוב על יד נביאך, וכרזה אל זה ואמר, קדוש קדוש קדוש, אדוני צבאות, מלוך כל הארץ כבודו. אז בקול רש גדול, אדיר וחזק משמיעים קול, מתמסים לעומת צרפים, לעומתם ברוך יאמרו. ברוך כבוד אדוני ממקומו. Page 305. ממקומך מלכנו תופיע, ותמלוך עלינו כי מחכים אנחנו לך. מתי תמלוך בציון, בקרוב ימינו לעולם ועד תשכון. תתקדל ותתקדש בתוך ירושלים עירך, לדור ודור, לדור ודור, ולנצח נצחים. ועינינו תראנה מלכותך, כדבר האמור בשירי עוזך. ימלוך אדוני לעולם, אלוהי ציון לדור ודור. הללויה. לדור ודור נגיד גודלך, ולנצח נצחים קדושתך נקדיש. לשבחך אלוהינו מפינו לא ימוש לעולם ועד. כי אל מלך גדול וקדוש אתה, ברוך אתה אדוני. Ha'el HaKadosh.
Continuing on our own 306 through 323 for our private meditations. Where there is light in the soul, there is beauty in the person. Where there is beauty in the person, there is harmony in the home. Where there is harmony in the home, there is honor in the nation. Where there is honor in the nation, may there be peace in the world. Where there is light in the soul, there is beauty in the person. Where there is beauty in the person, there is harmony in the home. Where there is harmony in the home, there is honor in the nation. Where there is honor in the nation, may there be peace in the world. A Chinese proverb set to music by Sweet Honey in the Rock, a women's a cappella group of African-American civil rights activists. Today, it happens that the voices are male, much more so than usually, but in consonance with that ending of our shacharit, we also have a DC a cappella troupe of civil rights educators and activists, and we are so honored. Much to look forward to. Inviting for the Torah service Steve Hellman and Judy Greenwald to join us as we prepare to take the Torahs around the room. We are on page 383. Ein kamocha ve'Elohim Adonai ve'ein kema'asecha malchutecha malchut kol olamim u'memshaltecha bechol dor v'dor. Adonai melech, Adonai malach, Adonai yimloch leolam va'ed. Adonai oz le'amo yitein, Adonai yevarech et amo v'shalom. Av harachamim, not yet. Tiva virtzoncha et Zion, tivne chomot Yerushalayim, tivne chomot Yerushalayim. Ki vecha levad batachnu, ruach el ram venisa, Adon olamim. 385 at the bottom. Pitchu li sharei tzedek, avovam odeya. Pitchu li sharei tzedek, avovam odeya. Zeh hashar l'Adonai, tzadikim yavovo. Zeh hashar l'Adonai, tzadikim yavovo. Page 393, please respond. Shema Yisrael, Adonai Eloheinu, Adonai Echad. Echad Eloheinu Gadol, Adonenu Kadosh Shemo. Gadlu Adonai iti, uneromema shemo yachda. Lecha Adonai Hallelujah. Thank you. We're good. Hallelujah. Good Shabbos, everyone. All right, turning from the smaller book to the bigger book. Hope everyone has a copy. We are on page 346. If you're in the new Plout that has a graphic on the cover, if it just says the Torah, you are on 382. A whole new book, a whole new theme. And yet, 7 happy verses at the beginning. So just to orient ourselves to the reading, we are picking up where Genesis left off with this incredible connection to Joseph, the number 2 in all of Egypt who helped save the country, and presumably fabulous feelings toward this minority population that was different. That happened at points in our history long since Egypt, and things may turn south. So this week's Parsha outlines, and this is really among the greatest hits of the entire Torah, right? It outlines enslavement and oppression and introduces civil disobedience by the midwives Shifra and Puah, all-time heroes. We also meet heroines, Miriam and Yocheved, who with Pharaoh's daughter together save and then raise baby Moses. And we're only in chapter 2 at this point. Our hero grows, gains moral sensibility, flees from Egypt, and then the burning bush. Yeah, that's in here too. And God's revelation as the essence being the genderless verb or gerund. You want to know who I am? Eheyeh. I will be what I will be. Shmot continues with a messy return to Egypt, reunion with Miriam and Aaron, and the beginning of the campaign for liberation. Anyone who has studied campaigns for liberation knows they do not go smoothly. There are back steps. There are challenges. There are moments when it is not clear that we will reach the promised land. With all this, our first 2 readings, the first 7 verses don't quite line up. Only at verse 8, which today we skip over to get to the end, does the new king arise who knew not Joseph, and the depredations begin. So what's up with verse 7? There have been literally thousands of mostly positive lines of Torah since Genesis 12, when Sarah and Abraham first took the call. And these are the final positive pre-enslavement sentences about Israelites prehistory. Look at that last turning point verse, 1:7. Again, 346 in the new, 382 in the old. Uvnei Yisrael paru, and the children of Israel were fruitful. Vayishritzu, and they swarmed. Vayirbu, and they increased. Vaya'atzmu, and they became super strong. Bima'od, in muchness, ma'od, muchly. Is the theme clear? Okay, that is a verbatim translation of this interesting line, Vatimaleh haaretz otam, the land was filled with them. So Rashi suggests an old midrash, noting this long string of words for growth here, 6 in total, to suggest what does this mean? The Israelite women gave birth to sextuplets routinely. Of course, that's what the Torah is telling us by having 6 words, right? Ibn Ezra picks up on paru, fruitful, and says, read it literally, the children of Israel produced babies like trees bear fruit. It should be that easy and painless. The Tur picks up on Vaya'atzmu from etzem or bone. They were like bone, so strong they were. Vaya'atzmu, they became powerful, meaning they were all physically exceptionally strong specimens, in spite of the fact that most were born as sextuplets. So many positive readings of this high point just before the crash. But at the beginning of the Renaissance, Sforno in Italy in the 16th century comes along and says, Vayishritzu, I know that word. This is exactly what Genesis 1 describes for a sheretz, which is a non-kosher, small, fast-reproducing animal. Vermin, bugs, lizards. And he reads, quote, after the last of the original 70 immigrants had died, their whole lifestyle became more like that of creeping insects, creatures headed for destruction. Pins the blame back on us. Picking up on the non-kosher connotations of swarming animals, he says they lost their moral, spiritual way, their Jewish sensibility. So by the time the new Pharaoh arose, quote, it didn't occur to anyone to associate the Hebrews of this time with the family of Joseph, who had been so highly esteemed. These present-day Hebrews deserve special consideration on account of their illustrious forebears. It didn't even occur to anyone observing the way these Hebrews behaved at the time. So hearing this, I hope we're all of two minds. On the one hand, Sforno notes the agency of our Hebrew ancestors before things got bad and warns future Jews to watch out lest we do the same and start becoming beastly and lose our way. He brings an ethical eye to the narrative, adopting the stance of tshuva, the year-round process. It's not just for high holy days anymore, where we point the finger inward even when there's plenty of external blame to assign. But on the other hand, with so much external blame to assign, Egyptian chattel slavery, Pharaoh's genocidal plan, Sforno is essentially blaming the victim. In the face of such oppressive conditions, the last thing we need is a voice saying, yeah, but the Israelites kind of invited all that hate. They messed up. It's their fault. There's a potentially healthy tension within a group if we can stop short of victim blaming, but still let the nation or race that has been denied equity and opportunity acknowledge the ways they themselves can yet do better, even in the face of ongoing oppression from without. Colby King in today's Washington Post writes exactly that. But when the majority says it, it's not okay. When the alleged shortcomings of an out group are bandied about and reified, reinforced, so that even the young, who have to be carefully taught, extend racist stereotypes ever further into the future, that's a tendency we all have to watch. So it is with anti-Jewish hate, so it is with anti-Black racism, and with all forms of discrimination. Too often, Jews of all hues have seen these stereotypes endure even when they seemed to be diminishing. And if you read this week's ADL report, you know what I mean. And as victims of this, we must tune into the core message of the Exodus. I love that they chose Dr. King's birthday for the federal holiday, because even though we don't want to lionize just one person, it took a movement. It took generations. But it means that we're always reading the Exodus story around Dr. King's birthday and the federal holiday devoted to the civil rights movement. The core message of the Exodus is never to become the oppressors, to acknowledge that we could have just as easily been the Egyptians, that we have a bit of Pharaoh in each of us, the Yetzer Hara, and we need to keep that in check. And never be those who say about other groups, oh, yes, but look at the lack of blank, or their unreadiness for or the prevailing problematics of those people. Never. So let's celebrate our endurance as a people. Let's thank the past generations who thrived even amid difficulty, who expanded and were fruitful. Vaya'atzmu, vayishritzu. And let's celebrate all who are in that boat. And let us extend Exodus, liberation, not just freedom from bondage, but ongoing commitment to remedy past injustices and a thoroughgoing devotion to equity and justice from this day forward. And if we do so, then this Torah story that opens this morning will be worth reading again for the 3,000th time as a people. Shabbat Shalom. Want to invite Jeff and Betsy Turetsky, and do we have Gabai, Rishon, Shani, other? Thank you. Vayazor vegen v'yoshia lechol echosim bo v'namar hakol havugad aleinu nuchavod laTorah ye'amdu.
עליזה בת ברמר ונחמה ואהרון יצחק בן משה ושבחן על העלייה הראשונה. ברוך שנתן תורה
בהצהם הדבקים לאדוני אלוהיכם, חיים בוכם היום. Exactly. There's a giant paragraph break. You can't miss it. Exodus chapter 1, verse 1. Top of 346 or 382.
Hu el Adonai Hambora. Baruch Adonai Hambora Kulam Baruch Atah Adonai Eloheinu Melech Haolam Asher Kirvanu Lavodato V'natan Lanu et Torato Baruch Atah Adonai Noten HaTorah.
Abayim Mitzrayma et Yaakov Ishueto Ba'u Reuven Shimon Levi Yehuda Yisachar Zebulun Ubenyamin Dan Naphtali Gad Vaylo
Baruch Atah Adonai Eloheinu Melech Haolam Asher natan lanu Torah v'chayei olam natan b'tocheinu Baruch Atah Adonai.
Amen. A quick honoring of the folks with this aliyah. Some of the best ethnic eats available in America are found in Toronto. And they've been sampling for a while, but decided they wanted even more authentic. So next up, Indonesia. And to bless the travels, the enjoyable and well-deserved break travels, also the difference-making and community-connecting travels of Betsy and Jeff, AKA Mrs. Turetsky's nightmare, right? Mrs. Turetsky and the nightmare, right? We are so grateful to give them this aliyah in this short pause back at this latitude and longitude, and to say Nisiat Tova in every sense of Tova, safe and wonderful and with rich memories, but also making a difference and growing as you go.
Terima kasih. Thank you in Bahasa Indonesian.
Say it again. Yeah.
Terima kasih. Thank you in Bahasa Indonesian.
If you're going to do it right.
Yamdu, Lord Gross Ben Nathan McMahon, Ronya Bat Lezo de Yocheved, V'chaim Ben Avi V'malkal Aliyah Hashniya,
Verse 5, same page, and listen again for verse 7 that we already looked at with all of that muchness. What's it? Not yes.
Was there? Asher. Okay. Reuben. Okay. Okay.
Sorry, this got filled. This was also, what? Reparations people will join Sea Change for the third Aliyah. Continue.
Baruch hu et Adonai haborah. Baruch Adonai haborach le'olam va'ed. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam. Asher chayvanu lavodato v'natan lanu et toto. Baruch atah Adonai noten haTorah.
Amen. Vayehi kol nefesh yotzei yerech Yaakov shivim nafesh v'yosef haya b'Mitzrayim vayamad Yosef b'chol echav v'chol hador hahu Uvnei Israel, Peru, v'yishretzu, v'yirbu, v'yatzmeu, v'ma'od, v'timaleha aretz.
Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam asher natan lanu Torah emet v'chayei olam natan b'choinu. Baruch atah Adonai noten haTorah.
Only a couple thousand miles short of Jakarta, you can fly into Kigali. And Laura is going to join Phyllis with this incredible Adat Shalom contingent in a land that is showing so much promise so soon after so much peril, but our donations help, and Laura's bags will be stuffed with them. Go in peace, in love, in joy, in safety, and in difference making. Okay. Pausing in the reading for the Mishaberach L'Cholim, want to invite us to rise in our place if we would like to be the agent of a blessing of healing for another or for ourselves. We can say the names all together at once. Phil Brunel and Jan Maxwell and Stu Baum. Ana elna, ana elna, ana elna, refana la, ana elna, ana elna, ana elna, refana lo, ana elna, ana elna, ana elna, refana la. Refuat hanefesh u'refuat haguf, renewal of body, renewal of spirit. And we say, Amen.
We move ahead in the story a bit to pick up the Maftir Aliyah, which would be at the end of the Parsha. We're going to be in chapter 5, verse 22. If you have the original version of the Chumash, we're on page 414. And if you have the newer revised one, we're on page 359. Verse 22. Yeah, Amdu, I'm
Yes,
going to have
yes,
extra
yes.
people.
Okay. Ya'amdu, all of the leaders of Sea Change, our thoroughgoing anti-racist initiative, along with our leaders in the community and in the Reconstructionist movement who have helped to make the commitment to reparations real. So the little bit of context as these wonderful folks assemble, it's always a little weird for an overwhelmingly Ashkenazic white facing disproportionately, but not entirely, community to pull out all the stops for Dr. King weekend. And then what do we do the other 51 Saturdays of the year? It only feels like we can celebrate this weekend in its fullness if it's a thoroughgoing commitment. And that thoroughgoing commitment is led by this incredible group here. So the very end of the story, Moses is back in Egypt, already in line with Aaron and Miriam, and it's just gotten as bad as it can, but God takes note.
Somebody come up.
Vayashov Moshe El Adonai Vayamar Adonai Lama Hariota Le'am Hazeh Lama Zeh Shelachtani Umeaz Bati El Paro Ledaber Bishmecha Hera le'am hazeh ve'hatzil lo hitzalta et amecha vayomer Adonai el Moshe ata tireh asher aseh l'Paro ki biyad chazaka yishochem ubiyad chazaka Yegarshen be'atzah.
Main Yasher Koach to Dinah and to Marcia. Yasher Koach again to our last Aliyah. There will be paper and pens for those who write on Shabbat and want to send a message to Phyllis Lerner while she is volunteering at the Agahoso Shalom Youth Village in Rwanda. So find her. And massive appreciation to this incredible group that is leading within the shul and within the movement, joining together with 5 other local congregations in the Sea Change Organizing Meets Anti-Racism Initiative, and those joining in leadership across the Reconstructionist movement, which has taken a strong and principled stand on reparations, as well as other forms of ongoing obligation as Jews to support the full equality and equity, justice, inclusion, diversity, every acronym that you can think of, not as slogans, but as lived experience of a community. If anyone out here doesn't know what we're talking about, stay tuned. Please pay attention to Sea Change and to the incredible initiatives that are coming out from it so that we can finally become, on a more consistent basis, the kind of congregation that we often think we are, and sometimes are, but we're getting there. So thank you. Yasher koach.
Yamod, Matt Wald, Magia, Tamo, Darlene Fine, Hagolelet, calling Matt and Darlene to lift and wrap the Torah. Okay. Please rise as you're able when the
Yes.
Torah is lifted. Vizot HaTorah Asher Sam Moshe Livnei Yisrael
Moshe. Atziva lanu Moshe, Torah, 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 Atziva lanu Moshe, Torah, 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 Atziva lanu Moshe, Torah, 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 Tziva lanu Moshe. Morasha kehilat Yaakov, Morasha kehilat Yaakov, Morasha kehilat Yaakov, Torah tziva lanu Moshe. And one of the reparations leaders, Marilyn Kresge-Wolf, a Dot Shalom leader as well, opening the ark as we return the Torah. We're back in the small book on page 433. Yehalelu et Shem Adonai ki niskav shemo levado hodo al eretz v'shamayim vayarem keren le'amo Tehillah lechol chasidav livnei Yisrael Am kerovo, hallelujah, hallelujah. Page 441. Uvnucho yom ashur ne'revav Israel ki lekach tov nantasi lachem torati otazavu. Etz chaim hi lemachazikim ba ותומכיה מאושר דרכיה דרכי נועם וכל נתיבותיה שלום השיבנו אדוני אליך ונשובה חדש ימינו כקדם. We may be seated. Hope we feel full from a shacharit that's already been rich in themes of tradition and community and also meeting the needs of the moment. Again, this is not just the federal holiday weekend on which we celebrate themes of full enfranchisement and solidarity. That has to be every Shabbat and every day. So thank you for being part of it, and thank you to Rabbi Sid, our founding rabbi, for inviting REVERB today.
Thank you, Rabbi Fred. We're going to just do a quick reset here by moving this our shulchan back.
Shabbat shalom. Be on mic? Yes, no? This mic is not working. We're not going to vote on that. Some things are not debatable. Shabbat shalom. It's wonderful to see everyone here this morning on this second of our Shabbat Voices series for the year. The fact of the matter is, it was only a few weeks ago, well after I invited REVERB to come, that I realized that this Shabbat was going to coincide with the beginning of the book of Exodus. And how appropriate is that? Rabbi Fred already beautifully talked about the themes of the Exodus and how it overlaps with so many of the themes of the civil rights movement. And that's certainly true for sure. And actually part of the music you'll hear this morning will bring up themes from the Bible, which go back to our own reading, our own Torah, even from today. And there may not be a more chilling line in the entire Torah than the one that followed the verse that Rabbi Fred drashed on today, and that is, Vayakam melech hadash asher lo yadat Yosef. There arose a new king, a new leader, a new authority who knew not Joseph. And any group that's a minority in any country in the world, on the planet, understands that line, that your well-being essentially is contingent on the good, being in the good graces of whoever's in power at the time, which is why we need systems in place to ensure equity in every society. And that's so much of what this community is about, so much of what Dr. Martin Luther King was about. And we've dedicated this weekend, this Shabbat, to the legacy of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. And all of his work. It's also worth remembering that for much of Dr. King's life, he was not a legend, he was not an icon, he was certainly an exemplar of the movement for people who committed to civil rights. But it took almost a generation for this country to recognize the rightness of his way. And it's interesting that Mordechai Kaplan, the founder of the Reconstructionist movement, wrote a book not well known called The Faith of America, which he said that American civilization needs to ritualize its values. And his whole book talks about how he would suggest to create almost a prayer book for American civilization. It's an interesting read. Dr. Kaplan died before the Martin Luther King holiday became enshrined in our calendar, but in our own prayer book, there is an excerpt in the same spirit of Faith of America, because you have a selection or an excerpt from the I Have a Dream speech that's in our prayer book as part of the liturgy for celebrating and commemorating Dr. Martin Luther King's birthday as we have and are this weekend. This weekend is being underwritten by and dedicated to Esther Gelman and her memory by Judy Gelman, her daughter, and Steve, her husband. And it's so appropriate. In your program books, there's a little bio of Esther Gelman, who was, if people remember her, was quite a force of nature. She, for many years, was a leading public figure in Montgomery County. She was on the Montgomery County Council for 12 years. Part of that time, she was the president of the Montgomery County Council. Many people who've now come into prominence were her proteges, including Jamie Raskin, Ike Leggett, Chris Van Hollen, all kind of came up under essentially Esther's patronage and her tutelage. So she has that legacy after her. And during her career, she was deeply committed to the very principles that we're dedicating this Shabbat to. Among her accomplishments during her tenure as a public official was to put into place something called the Montgomery County Public Schools Education Fund, which created a fund for low-income students in the county so they could go to college. She also was quite involved with healthcare and created something called Mobile Med, which was a healthcare unit that served low-income people in Montgomery County. And so her whole career was dedicated to the principles of this weekend. And we're sorry that Judy could not be here. Judy and I have been in touch all week long. She's not doing well health-wise. We sent her our love. We know that Judy's watching, along with her family, her children, her sister Sharon, and of course, Esther's loving husband, Norm Gelman. Esther and Norm were married for almost 65 years and members of Adat Shalom. And we know Norm is watching, Judy, Steve, Sharon. We thank you so much for your underwriting of this weekend. And we remember
your mother, Esther, with loving fondness and admiration. So with that, I want to invite to the Bima REVERB. REVERB is an award-winning a cappella group. My wife saying that I heard them at the Glen Echo Folk Festival last summer. And I was so moved, I said, we've got to find a way to bring them here. And so when we started to develop the Shabbat Voices idea, it was a natural to get them to come here for MLK weekend. I will say that I'll invite Troy Edler, Chris Hunter, Steve Langley to come up and join us. Fourth member REVERB is actually had a flat tire. And we've been in touch with him through the morning. We expect that at some point during this performance, Micah Robinson will join as well. So we'll have one more voice. Okay. Say a prayer, say a prayer. But without further ado, REVERB. And their program is on the program book. You can follow what they're planning to do.
Lift every voice till earth and heaven ring with the harmonies of liberty. Let our rejoicing rise high as the listening skies. Let it resound loud as the rolling sea. Oh, sing a song full of the faith that the dark past has taught us. Sing a song full of the hope that the present has brought us. Facing the rising sun of our new day begun, let us march on till victory is won. 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 Good morning, everyone. We are very happy to be here. Thank you so much for having us. We are REVERB, and today so far you see 3/4 of REVERB. But we are very happy to be here, and we are excited to get on this stage and sing this music that matters so much to us, and hope that, you know, maybe it can come to mean something to others, and we can introduce it to some people who may have not ever heard these songs, these important songs to our culture and our community. That song that we just sang, if you've never heard it before, it's called Lift Every Voice and Sing. And it is known as the African American or the Black National Anthem. It's traditionally known as the Negro National Anthem. It was written by a pair of brothers, James Weldon Johnson and his brother, John Rosamond Johnson. And basically, it is kind of a blanket anthem for the Black community, the Black experience in America. So it's kind of is as important as the national anthem is to the United States. The Black national anthem is that important to the Black community in America. So that's something that we like to perform and we like to introduce people to. We're going to keep it going. We're going to sing a lot of songs for you today, and we're going to tell you what they mean to us and how important they are to us and our experience as musicians, as Black people in America. Yeah, this next song is another poignant point. It's called "Oh Freedom," and it's actually very old. It's an old spiritual, so we don't even know who wrote it, but it was very important as a kind of a message song from one person to another, and it was a reminder that even in the days of slavery, it was a reminder to each other that freedom was there, it was attainable, and that it was preferable to living in slavery, that we would take death over living in slavery. That's what you'll hear in the words of this song. So this song is called "Oh Freedom."
And we want to make note that we're going to sing on a historical timeline from the 17th century to "Oh Freedom," and we'll move along the timeline and we'll keep you in the loop as we move along. Now, we already heard and we know that you can sing.
Yes.
So we're going to invite you throughout this program to just sing along, hum along, and we're going to make this congregational. You will be the fourth member of REVERB.
Ready? Oh, freedom. Oh, freedom. Oh, freedom over me. And before I'd be a slave, I'd be buried in my grave and go home to my Lord and be free. I'm praying to God Almighty, God Almighty, God Almighty over me. And before I'd be a slave, I'd be buried in my grave and go home to my Lord and be free. It's the same old sunshine, same old sunshine, same old sunshine over me. And before I'd be a slave, I'd be buried in my grave and go home to my Lord and be free. And before I'd be a slave, I'd be buried in my grave and go home to my Lord and be free. Thank you. So that was "Oh Freedom," and now we're gonna skip forward a little bit. We're going to skip to, what is it, the 1940s? Yeah. And we're going to talk about a group of men. Going to talk about a group of men who were actually the first African-American aviators in the American military. They have all kinds of names. There's been movies about them, and they were affectionately known as the Red Tails because of how they painted their planes, but they're more properly known as the Tuskegee Airmen. So we're going to sing a song written by a former member of REVERB named Bruce O'Neill.
You snap your fingers. It's all right. Clap if you want. Yeah.
They thought they'd make you give up. They thought you lose your drive. They thought you'd win the war on the other side without you. Oh, what a shame. They made you fly those planes, much later went to war, fighting for respect. Who are you fighting for? The enemy. Who could it be? Tuskegee Airmen take your place up in the clouds in outer space. History books, they never speak your name. But we love you and respect you just the same. It's 1945, you're in the Air Force now. You can bomb the enemy, but they refuse you in the child as we forget the Freemanville incident. Ooh. North Africa, France and Berlin too. Not one bomber lost, thanks to 332, the fighter group. Did they say thank you? No, 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 no. How can they look you in the eye, refusing tree force compromise? History books, they never speak your name. No, no, no. But we love you and respect you just the same. Ooh, we love you, Tuskegee Airmen. Yeah, we speak your name. We love you and respect you just the same. Oh,
We're gonna need some water here before it's all over, I think. All right, that's Tuskegee Airmen, written by R. Bruce O'Neill.
excuse us.
The next couple of songs we will do will be from the freedom struggle. A lot of the songs that were presented during that time were from student activists who rode buses cross country and participated in various sit-ins called the Freedom Fighters. And during this time, bless you, bless you. Oh yeah, bring on the water. During this time, a lot of the songs were traditionally from the church, and the young people would grab a hold of those songs and change the words. So traditionally sung in the church, but they were activists on the road, and they would change up the words to make a different meaning and to bring on the catalyst of the movement through song and through just being together, bringing people together as they marched from town to town. The next song is Woke Up This Morning with My Mind Stayed on Freedom, which came out of the church, the traditional church. Woke up this morning with my mind on Jesus. So that's how that song collided with the African-American movement. Well, you know, I woke up this morning with my mind stayed on freedom. You know, I woke up this morning with my mind was stayed on freedom. You know, I woke up this morning with my mind was stayed on freedom. Hallelujah, 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 hallelujah. Come on and walk, y'all. Walk, walk, come on and walk, walk, come on and walk, walk, oh, with your mind on, come on and walk, yeah, walk, oh, with your mind, with your mind on freedom, walk, 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 walk. I was walking and talking with my mind, it was stayed on freedom. I was walking and talking with my mind, stayed on freedom. I was walking and talking with my mind, stayed on freedom. Oh, hallelujah, hallelujah, hallelujah. Come on and walk, y'all. Walk, walk, come on and walk, come on, walk, walk, oh, with your mind on, come on and walk, yeah, walk, walk, come on and walk, oh, with your mind on, walk, 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 walk. I was walking and talking with my mind, stayed on freedom. I was walking and talking with my mind, stayed on freedom. I had to walk and talk with my mind, stayed on freedom. Oh, hallelujah, 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 hallelujah. The next song is Ain't Gonna Let Nobody Turn Me Around. I ain't gonna let nobody turn me around. I'm gonna keep on walking. I'm gonna keep on talking. Marching up to Freedom Land. Why was that song so important to me? Now, I remember my mom and her siblings, 6 sisters, they sang gospel quartet. And I grew up hearing them sing, and my father played the guitar. And I often saw them pull out the vinyl records and sing along with the Dixie Hummingbirds and Sam Cooke and so many others and Mahalia Jackson. And some of those records had color. They were yellow, they were red, they were blue, and I never knew what significance those colors meant until I checked out Google. And it was the sound in the recording that made the recording top notch on the charts, the sound. And woke up this morning with my mind stayed on freedom was the glue that held us together. going through all those experiences, listening to my mom, and I never knew what racism was until apartheid. During apartheid, I found out what the freedom struggle was all about. I became an activist, marching up and down Massachusetts Avenue. And I was a young kid then. And after apartheid, I kind of put that up on the shelf and I started singing with these guys. But that meant so much to me because I felt I was a part of a movement. I was part of something that set somebody free. You understand what I'm saying? And we all share that same experience. We're gonna sing for you. Ain't gonna let nobody turn me around. Ain't gonna let nobody turn me around, turn me around, turn me around. Ain't gonna let nobody turn me around. I'm gonna keep on walking, keep on talking, marching up to freedom lane. Ain't gonna let no police dog turn me around, turn me around, turn me around, turn me around, turn me around. Ain't gonna let no police dog turn me around. I'm gonna keep on walking, keep on talking, marching up to freedom land. Ain't gonna let chief preacher turn me around, turn me around, turn me around, turn me around, turn me around. Ain't gonna let chief preacher turn me around. I gotta keep on walking, keep on talking, marching up to freedom land. Ain't gonna let nobody turn me around, turn me around, turn me around, turn me around. Ain't gonna let nobody turn me around. I gotta keep on walking, keep on talking, marching up to freedom land. Ain't gonna let nobody turn me around, turn me around, turn me around. Ain't gonna let nobody turn me around. I'm gonna keep on walking, keep on talking, marching up to freedom lane.
All right, so I have my notes here for the next song. So this song was based on a traditional song called Gospel Plow, otherwise known as Hold On. It had various titles, but the sentiment was about pushing forward, one, and holding on to your faith, number two. The song dates back to 1917. It was a folk song from the Southern Appalachians. It also was a American Negro folk song, and a 14-part documentary on PBS, which first aired in 1985, bear the title of this song. This is called Keep Your Eyes on the Prize. All right. That feels like perfect timing. Keep your eyes on the prize. All right. Right on time. All right. You know, the one thing we did right was the day we started to fight. Keep your eyes on the prize. Hold on, hold on. Well, you know, the one thing we did right was the day we started to fight. Keep your eyes on the prize. Hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on. Hold on, keep your eyes on the prize. Hold on, hold on. Paul and Silas were in jail with no money to go their bail. So keep your eyes on the prize. Hold on, hold on. Well, I got my hand on the gospel plow. I will take nothing for the journey now. Keep your eyes on the prize. Hold on, here we go. Hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on. Keep your eyes on the prize. Hold on, hold on. Freedom's name is mighty sweet. So one day we're gonna leave. Keep your eyes on the prize. Hold on, hold on. Well, I've never been to heaven, but I've been told streets up there are paved with gold. Eyes on the prize. Hold on, hold on. Hey, hold on, hold on. Everybody hold on, hold on. Keep your eyes on the prize. Hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on. Keep your eyes on the prize. Hold on, here we go. You better keep your eyes on the prize. Hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on. You better keep your eyes on the prize. Hold on, hey, hold on. You got to hold on, hold on. You got to hold on, hold on. Don't you let nobody turn you around. Hold on. You got to hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on. Y'all did all right.
All right, so the next song that we're going to sing, it's another song that is basically so old in the Black experience in America that we don't know who wrote it. But it's taken on many forms and many uses over our time in this country. If nothing else, it was used to communicate one to another, encouragement, to remind us that regardless of the circumstances that we were in, whether it was slavery, whether it was oppression, discrimination, that we had a divine helper, that we had divine covering. This song is called Angels Watching Over Me. All night, all day, the angels watching over me, my Lord. All night, all day, angels watching over me. Don't you know they're watching me all night and all day, angels and it stayed on Don't you know they're watching me all night and all day? Angels, they're watching me all night and all day. Angels watching over me. Well, you know that river Jordan is chilly and cold. Angels watching. Well, you know that it chilled my body, but not my soul. They're watching. Don't you know they're watching me all night and all day? Angels, they're watching over all night, yeah, and all day. Oh, angels, watching over me. Well, let me tell you that they're all night watching me all day. They're watching over all night over me all day. Oh, angels. Oh, I said they're watching all night over me all day, all night and all day. Yeah. They're watching over all night over me all day. Oh, angels, they're watching. Said they're watching over me. Oh, I'm mighty glad they're watching. I'm mighty glad, yeah, that they're watching every day of my life. Yeah, they're watching over me. They're watching my family. They're watching the little bitty baby. Oh, the angels watching over. Yeah. Last time the angels watching over me.
Next song was recorded and popularized by the Impressions, led by Curtis Mayfield. Raise your hands if you've heard of. Yeah, okay. This is a hip room. You know Curtis Mayfield and the Impressions. Well, he also wrote the song, and he was the lead singer. It was released in 1965. It reached, to show you how popular it was, it reached #3 on the R&B charts and #14 on the Billboard charts. Martin Luther King dubbed it the unofficial anthem of the civil rights movement. And I really love this song because of the metaphor. I love songs that have a theme or metaphor, and I love lyrics. So I checked to see if the songwriter is consistent with the metaphor throughout the song. The metaphor in this song is a train. And we know from our history that trains ain't always been a good thing. All right, let's tell the truth here. But in this case, instead of the train taking us to death, this train in this song takes us to freedom and justice and love. This train takes us to life. This is called People Get Ready. There's a train coming somewhere. You know what to do. Yeah.
There's a train.
Yeah, 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 yeah.
There's a train. Ooh. There's a train.
Yeah, 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 yeah.
There's a train. All aboard. There's a train. Get on board. All aboard. There's a train. Get on board. All aboard. Get on board.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
All aboard.
There's a train.
Get on board. All aboard. Get on board. All aboard. Get on board.
Here we go. There's a train that's coming somewhere down the track. The people who ain't ready, they need to step in back. Cause this train has been running since time began, and it's running on the love of your fellow man. All aboard, well, you better
Get on board.
all aboard. Well, you better
Get on board.
all aboard.
All aboard.
Well, you better
Get on board.
all aboard. Now you better
Get on board.
people get ready. This train is moving to Jordan, and it's picking up passengers coast to coast. Faith is the key. Well, it keeps those diesels humming. You don't need no ticket. You just thank the Lord. I believe, I truly believe that one day this world will be full of love, 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 love. I believe, I truly, truly believe that one day the world will be full of love. There ain't no room for the hopeless sinner, one who would hurt all mankind just to save his own. We should have pity on them, cause their chances grow thinner. There's no hiding place against the kingdom's run. All aboard, you better
Get on board.
all aboard,
Get on board.
You said there's a train coming somewhere down the track. Hey, you people, you ain't ready. Need to step in the back, cause this train has been running since time began. And it's running on the love of your fellow man, your fellow man.
All aboard.
All aboard. Hey, 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 yeah. All aboard. Ooh, all aboard. You better, you need to, you gotta, you better.
Tell them what to do.
You better just get on board. Now, before we move on, I must admit we were talking about this song in rehearsal and what it means. And I said to the fellas, well, this song we just did, People Get Ready. I prefer Curtis Mayfield's slower version, but that felt all right. Yeah, it was all right. All right, we're gonna move on.
Hi, everybody. Sorry, I missed the intro, but I'll introduce myself. My name is Micah. What's your name? Since I can't, Mark. Good to meet you, Mark. So on behalf of everybody here, I'll just talk to you because I like to be really personal. So I'm talking to everybody, but just to sort of let it still be interpersonal conversation. Me and Mark, here we are. Good to meet you, Mark, and good morning. Very glad to be here. This next song that we're going to sing is called Dog Dog, and it's a really interesting song because it's a song we do a children's play as well. It's one of the things that we do as a group. We do a children's play. It's called Black History and Harmony. And essentially the play is like a journey through time in which we highlight various moments in Black history but we simplify things a whole lot so that these otherwise very weighty messages can be translated to children. And so one of the last songs is called Dog Dog. It's this really, really simple message where we tell a short story about two kids who live on the same street in houses next to each other. They both have dogs. One of the children is Black and the other child is white. And based on the time frame of the story, the children are not allowed to play together themselves. But their dogs, when their dogs roam freely outside, play together like it's no problem. You see, you're already laughing, Mark, because the concept itself is truly ridiculous. And so through the story, we sort of poke fun at something that we usually take very seriously. And so this song in particular means a lot to me because at least, on a personal level, that's really how I personally, I think being probably the youngest present member of the group today, there may be someone younger than me, but I think my generation in particular has the unique task of maintaining the value of the history while also looking forward and trying to find more and more ways to be able to move forward. And part of that is actually to lighten the load a bit and to be able to even think of something as simple of, man, if two dogs owned by two different people who are two different colors play with no problem, why is it that the people have such a trouble doing that? Maybe they shouldn't. This is Dog Dog.
Dog, 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 dog.
My dog, love your dog, and your dog, love my dog, and my dog, love your dog, and your dog, love my dog.
Talk about a dog. I'm talking about a white dog. I'm talking about a cool dog. I'm talking about a rabbit dog. Ballin' dogs. Ballin' dogs. Ballin' dogs. Holding dogs. Tell me why can't we? You walk your dog. You walk your dog. Oh, why don't you hold my hand and tell me that you understand now? Can't you see that you and me would be so happy if we sit on the apple tree? My little dog was playing one day. Dog, dog, chicka, chicka, dog, dog. Down in the meadow by a bundle of hay. Dog, dog, chicka, chicka, dog, dog. You see another little dog, he came along. Dog, dog, chicka, chicka, dog, dog. He said, let's get together and eat this bone. Dog, dog, chicka, chicka, dog, tell me why can't we? Why can't we? You walk your dog, well, you walk your dog, yeah. Oh, why don't you hold my hand and tell me that you understand now? Can't you see that you and me would be so happy if we sit on the apple tree? My dog, love your dog, and your dog, love my dog, and my dog. Keep up now. Dog, and your dog, love my dog. Talk about a black dog. I'm talking about a white dog. I'm talking about a coon dog. I'm talking about a rabbit dog. All in dogs. All in dogs. them dogs, call them dogs. Tell me why can't we sit on the apple tree? This next song that I wrote, my name is Steve Langley, and I was watching the news in the mid 1980s under the Reagan administration, and the government was giving away surplus cheese to hungry people. So people were lined up just to get cheese. I mean, blocks long. And I thought, well, it's going to take more than cheese to feed people. And I started to think about the unequal distribution of wealth and our pertinent needs. And so I wrote this song, which was recorded by a well-known a cappella group from DC called Sweet Honey in the Rock. Yes, this is called In This Land.
I don't understand, 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 I don't understand. Why is this?
It takes more than promises to feed this nation. It takes more than piles of surplus cheese. I ain't got a lot of education, so why don't somebody tell me, please? Why am I hungry? Why am I hungry? Oh, why in this land? Why in the sun of plenty, my belly's often empty? Oh, I don't understand. Oh, I don't understand. You know it takes more than promises to house this nation. It takes more than your tenements and shacks. I ain't rested since they closed up the shelter and the pop been jangled for my back. Why am I homeless? Oh, why in this land? Why are some people crowded when you're on strings of houses? I don't understand. I don't understand. No, 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 no. So I just keep saying, why is this come to myself, I say, I don't understand, I don't understand, I don't understand. Whoa. Don't you know it takes more than promises to clothe this nation? It takes more than your hand-me-downs. My clothes are tattered and my soul is battered, and I don't even own a plastic bag. No, no, no. Why am I thinking? Why am I thinking? Oh, what is this? Tell me, what can one person do with 2,000 pairs of shoes? Oh, I don't understand. No, 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 no. I don't understand. In this land, Yeah, you try to make sense out of things, and that's why we have scholars and writers and thinkers and rabbis, and
Thank God for you.
yes, bring some sense to the senseless.
Well, we hope you all have enjoyed the journey that we've gone on today. That's a good sign. That's a good sign. We had a good time, so we just want to make sure we weren't by ourselves. Thank you all so much for having us, for listening to us screech and crack and wail and moan and do all this kind of stuff and express ourselves for you, and share something that's special to us with you. We've got one more song for you, and you'll probably recognize the song. So please feel free to sing along. But this song is a Bill Withers original. And, it was a song that kind of crossed over into the movement, the civil rights movement. And even beyond that, it became a song that kind of was an anthem for Americans, people all over the world. It's called Lean on Me.
Yes, and before we step aside, we want to extend our personal thank you to the rabbi for inviting us here. Yes, for making this happen. And thank you all for being here today. Yes, we love a room full.
Sometimes in our lives, we all have pain. We all have sorrow.
Really good.
But I hear you. If we are wise, we know that there's always tomorrow. Lean on me when you're not strong, and I'll be your friend. I'll help you carry on, for it won't be long till I'm gonna need somebody to lean on. Please swallow your pride if I have things you need to borrow, for no one can feel those of your needs that you don't let show. So lean on me, yeah, when you're not strong, and I'll be your friend. I'll help you carry on. Oh, it won't be long. I'm gonna need somebody to lean on. Oh, yeah. There is a load you have to bear that you can't carry. I'm right up the road. I'll share your load if you just call me. So just call on me, brother, when you need a hand. We all need somebody to lean on. I just might have a problem that you'll understand. We all need somebody to lean on. You just call on me, sister, when you need a hand. We all need somebody to lean on. I just might have a problem that you'll understand. We all need somebody to lean on. Oh, lean on me, and I'll be your friend. I'll help you carry on. Oh, it won't be long till I'm gonna need somebody to lean on. So lean on me when you're not strong. I'll be your friend. I'll be your friend. I'll help you carry on. Oh, it won't be long till I'm gonna need somebody to lean. Oh, just me. Don't be afraid. Call me. I'll be there right away. Oh, call me. I've got your back. I'll be your strength. I'll help you, yeah, yeah. Oh, call me. Just call me, yeah. Just call me, yeah. Oh, call me. Oh, just call me.
All right, guys, that was fabulous, fabulous. Let's give it up one more time for Reverb. So we're not finished. There's a lot more to come. Let me just tell you what's coming up. First of all, we're going to have a big finale, where Reverb is going to join our own Jeff Weintraub in a final song, which is a Sweet Honey in the Rock song. So we want to be part of that. But even more importantly, all the Shabbat Voices program have two parts. The one that happens during the service and the one after the Oneg, where we're going to have a chance to get to know the members of Reverb a lot better. You know, songs and music is a bridge, but there's way too much distance between our communities, way too much distance. And we don't have enough relationships between people in the Jewish community and the Black community to understand each other's positions in history, in the present, and in the future. And so I invite you to come back about 12:50 after you get your lunch. We're gonna come back in here for a panel discussion. We're gonna learn more about the lives of Steve and Chris, Steve, Micah, and Troy, okay? And before we do that, you guys already have got your kippot. We're gonna make you guys honorary members of Adat Shalom. Now, Micah got here late. You got here late, but your buddies, we're going to take you to the basket. You can choose the color you like if you want to have a kippah to take with you, okay? That's what we wear, okay? I see you got your own, but I see that, I see it. But actually, one of the ways that when a young person becomes a bar mitzvah, they get a name tag, which makes them official members of the congregation. So you're going to get your name tags, and also each of you have a host. So when we move into the luncheon, your host will bring you to a different table. You won't sit together. So you'll have a chance to sit at a table with one of the members of Reverb to have an informal conversation. So your host will accompany you to the lunch. Guests eat first, right? They'll get their food, get the tables, then you can join them, okay? Just want to remind you little manners, okay? And then please come back here about 12:50. So.
Now I know who I am.
Jeff, you want to join me up here, Jeff? You can just sit down, okay? Okay, I invite you to join, to please rise for the Alano page 445 as we bring that service to a close. Aleinu l'shabeach ladon hakol, latei gedula yotzer breshit, v'natan lanu Torah temet, v'tocheinu. Lifnei melech Malchei HaMelachim, HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Shehu noteh shamayim v'yosei haaretz, u'Moshe b'yikaro b'shamayim ima'al, u'shchinatu zo, tegafei meromi. U'Eloheinu Echad, Emet Malkeinu efes kakatu b'torato, yadata hayom v'hashevota el levavecha. Ki Adonai hu Elohim, v'shamayim ima'al, v'al haaretz mitachat ein od. Seated? Maybe seated? Bottom of 449. Kakatu b'toratecha, Adonai yimloch, elam va'ed, v'ne'emar, v'haya Adonai, lemelech al kol haaretz, bayom hahu, yeh Adonai echad, u'shemo echad. We want to take note of those people who have passed away in recent time to our community and those who are marking the yard sites, the anniversaries of the deaths of loved ones. Recently, we mark with sadness the recent passing of Helen Schmuckler, the mother of Mark Feldman, Maureen Levy, the mother of Brian and Michael Levy, Robert Stone, the father of Deborah Stone, David Moses, the father of Ellie Schuckman, and Samuel Seidman, the brother of Myrna Seidman. We extend our condolences to those families. And the yard sites we're marking this week are Sam Stein, the father of Iris Stein Corman, Harry Schulman, the father of Deborah Schulman Holzer, Martin Miller, the father of Allison Moser, Ellen Schiller, the sister of Wilma Wald, Florence Book, the mother of Alan Book, Alice Sperber, the grandmother of Beth Sperber Ritchie, Gilda Morse, the mother of Minna Scherlander Morse, Gerald Baum, the father of Stuart Baum, Aaron Weingart, the father of Sue Ann Unger, Samuel P. Gelman Salop, the son of Judy Gelman and Steve Salop, and the grandson of Norman Gelman. David Greenblatt, the father of Sarah Sennett, Jeanette Johnson, the mother of Linda Kaxer, Manuel Schrabstein, the father of Jorge Schrabstein, Marcia Simon, the wife of Stuart Simon, Hilda Sirota, the mother of Len Sirota, Cynthia Smith, the mother of Donald Kane, Charlotte Cole, the mother of Adina Cole, Anne Green, the grandmother of Marcia Cohen, Leopold Bacharach, the father of Joan Bacharach, Ray Farkas, the father of Julie Farkas, Cyril Fuchs, the mother of Meredith Fuchs, Benjamin Osabel, the grandfather of Naomi Edelson, Simon Jacobson, the father of Jack Jacobson, Evelyn Spivak, the aunt of Michelle Mellinger, Julius Siegerman, the father of Sherry Siegerman, Ray Kaufman, the great aunt of Michelle Mellinger, Herbert Paper, the uncle of Judith Gilman, Harry Finkelstein, the father of Abraham Finkelstein, Roger Milkman, the father of Louis Milkman, Roz Balberer, the sister of Myrna Parker, and Albert Glickman, the father of Judy Glickman Schneider. We invite all those in mourning saying Kaddish to rise for the mourner's Kaddish, which can be found on page 451. Yitkadal, Yitkadash, Shemei Rabbah, V'yama Divra, Kirutei, V'yamlich Malchutei, V'chayechon, V'yamechon, V'chayei, T'chol Beit Yisrael, V'gala V'yizman Kari, V'yimru Amen. Yehei Shmei Rabbah Mevarach, Le'olam Omeo Maya, Yitbarach, V'yishtabach, V'yitpa'ar, V'yitramam, V'yitnaseh, V'yitadar, V'yitaleh, V'yitalal, Shemei Dekudesha, V'yichu. Leila min kol birchata v'shirata, tushbakata v'nechamata, Tamiran Bialma v'yimru Amen. Yehei Shlama Rabba min Shemaya, v'chayim aleinu v'al kol Yisrael v'yimru Amen. Oseh Shalom b'romav, hu yaseh Shalom, aleinu v'al kol Yisrael, v'al kol Yoshvei Tevel v'yimru Amen. So it's really wonderful to see so many people here. And we'd like to take a moment before we end the service for people who are new or guests or has something special happening in their lives or families to stand up and share that. Do we have another mic, Matt, or we do? Oh, great. Okay. So we'll start on this side of the room since Matt's there already. Actually, there are two. No one's gonna hear those mics? Okay. Matt, you've been disempowered, Matt. Okay.
Hi, everyone.
Actually, they seem to be working.
Yeah.
How about that? Okay, super. Okay, so let me just, if you want to say hello, please stand up and we'll go around so we know where you are. Okay, guests or special events, please.
Hello, everyone. My name is Jido, and I'm a member of Adat Shalom, and I'm very pleased to be a member of this big and beautiful congregation, and say thank you for everyone to receive me. Probably 6 month member here, and I just want to share that today is my 33rd birthday, and thank you. And I hope to come 34, 35, and 6, being a member of this beautiful congregation, and say thank you to my fellows. I hope you sing happy birthday for me.
Judah, wait, before you give up the mic, Lisa, give the mic back. Before you give up the mic, Judah, first of all, it's a pleasure to have you. Do you want to introduce your wife as well?
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. I'm married.
Go ahead, please.
This is my wandering Jew, Haley Jill Nayad. She's my wife, a person that I decided to spend my life at her side. She's just amazing. And happy birthday for us.
Judah, welcome. We'll look forward to seeing you many more times here at Adat Shalom. Other people. Matt, on this side?
Oh, hi, everyone. I just want to introduce my good friends that I lean on in Brevard, North Carolina, when I spend my summers down there.
Beautiful. Say hello.
R.V. Fetterman, and this is my husband, Bobby Fetterman.
Welcome. Good to have you with us. Welcome. Other people want to introduce themselves? Please.
Hi, I'm Carol Light. And if you would like to hear Reverb again, June 3rd or June 4th, I hope that they will be at the Washington Folk Festival. They will certainly be invited.
And actually, of course, Carol's is kind of one of the pillars of the Washington Folk Festival. So when Saint and I were there hearing a Reverb, I made a beeline to Carol and said, can you introduce me to whoever's the chief of that tribe? And turned out to be Steve, and that's how it all started, right, Steve? We had a conversation right that one day. Anyone else? Okay, if not, I'll invite Marilyn Kresge-Wolf to come up and make some announcements for the congregation.
Okay, well, what a day to get to make announcements. How did I get to be so lucky? Thank you so much. You just enriched this morning so completely. Thank you so much. And thank you to Sid and Sandy for establishing Shabbat Voices. Thank you to Judy Gelman, her sister, and Steve Solop and Norman Gelman for endowing this program today. I just wanted to say, since we're all up here before about reparations and social equity, I just wanted to give a shout out to, I always like to do this when we talk about these issues, to Jamie Epstein, Fran Zamor, Minna Sherlander-Dobb, and to Lazora Jordan, who used to belong here, for initiating all this work in this congregation. Thank you so much. Just remind you, the Board of Governors will vote on January 22nd. Hopefully they will pass the reparations resolution once and for all, which will only be the first step in our movement towards framing our support and implementing reparations. Tomorrow at noon, under the direction of Rosie Eppenstein, our lead mode director, will be a community service day with lots of hands-on projects for a shelter and kind works and for the dogs at the Humane Society. home-cooked dog biscuits tomorrow. And Rena wants us to know that we will be getting new name tags soon. That's good because I lost mine already. And if you want to help with this year's Purim Spiel, contact Vanessa Heisman. Oh. Please note a new system. This is very important. Please note a new system for oneg cleanup. Instead of putting all of the silverware in one bucket, please separate it per the labeled bins on the rack. And just a friendly reminder to please bus your dishes before returning to the sanctuary for our post-oneg discussion. Shabbat Shalom.
Okay, Adat Shalom, we can do this. Forks, knives, spoons, we can do this, okay? I'm sure. Okay, hopefully if you got one of the purple sheets, you've got the lyrics for Ella's song, which we're going to do by way of closer. We're going to ask Reverb to come back up and do some backup. This is Jeff's dream to have a backup musical band of Black a cappella, okay? And then we'll do the song and then we'll close with Kiddush and Ramaya Fehalyo, okay? And let me remind everyone, we to start moving back into the sanctuary at 12:50 if you want to be part of the second follow-up session. Guys, come on up.
Well, it's more than a little humbling for these guys to be the backup for me, but that's and if ever there was a situation where the phrase tough act to follow comes up, this would be it. A second before I trip myself. This is speaking of Sweet Honey in the Rock, which we have already invoked actually twice today. I don't know if you heard the earlier one. This is also a tune that Sweet Honey in the Rock composed and performed back in the 80s, I believe. And it's about Ella Baker. Ella Baker, is one of her biographers called her, was, quote, one of the most important American leaders of the 20th century and perhaps most influential woman in the civil rights movement. Now, she was, however, not as well known to everybody, not unsung, but lesser sung in the civil rights movement. And that was perhaps by design. She was quoted as saying, "You didn't see me on television. You didn't see news stories about me. The kind of role that I tried to play was to pick up the pieces or put the pieces together out of which I hoped organization might come. My theory is strong people don't need strong leaders." And another commentator described her collectivist model of leadership as prevailing over the messianic style of the period. In any case, there's a lot behind that quote, I think. In any case, this is a tune that I hope everyone will sing along with. And let me just sing the refrain first for everybody to get it. And then throughout the song, you can actually sing this refrain as the verses go, or you can not sing at all, or you can hum along. We who believe in freedom cannot rest. We who believe in freedom cannot rest until it comes. Everybody now. We who believe in freedom cannot rest. We who believe in freedom cannot rest until it comes. Just get it right one more time. We who believe in freedom cannot rest. We who believe in freedom cannot rest until it comes. I should also point out that I think on your sheet it says lyrics and music by Bernice Johnson Reagan, who was Sweet Honey in the Rock. I I think that's a little bit of misleading. She certainly did the music, but these lyrics, as I understand it, were verbatim from Ella Baker, taken from her. So we'll be singing those words on her behalf. Until the killing of a black man, black mother's sons, is as important as the killing of white man, white mother's sons. That which touches me most is that I had a chance to work with people, passing on to others that which was passed on to me, because we who believe in freedom cannot rest. We who believe in freedom cannot rest until it comes. To me, young people come first. They have the courage where we fail. And if I could but shed some light as they carry us through the gale, the older I get, the better I know that the secret of my going on is when the reins are in the hands of the young who dare to run against the storm, because we who believe in freedom cannot rest. We who believe in freedom cannot rest until it comes. Not needing to clutch for power, not needing the light to shine on me. I need to be one in the number as we stand against tyranny. Struggling myself, don't need a whole lot. I've come to realize that teaching others to stand up and fight is the only way our struggles survive. Because we who believe in freedom cannot rest. We who believe in freedom cannot rest until it comes. I am a woman who speaks in a voice, and I must be heard. At times I can be quite difficult. I will bow to no man's word. We who believe in freedom cannot rest. We who believe in freedom cannot rest until it comes. Say it quietly. We who believe in freedom cannot rest. We who believe in freedom cannot rest until it comes. Now say it loudly. We who believe in freedom cannot rest. We who believe in freedom cannot rest until it comes. Last time now. We who believe in freedom cannot rest. We who believe in freedom cannot rest until it comes. Shabbat shalom.
Let's please remain standing for the Kiddush. Remain standing.
V'shamru b'nei Yisrael את השבת, לעשות את השבת לדורותם ברית העולם. ביני ובין בני ישראל אותי לעולם. כי 6 ימים עשה אדוני את השמיים ואת הארץ, וביום השביעי שבת וינפש. סברי חבריי. ברוך אתה אדוני אלוהינו מלך העולם בורא פרי הגפן.
Join me please on the Motzi. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam hamotzi lechem min haaretz b'tei avon. Join arms for the final song. Ma yafeh hayom Shabbat Shalom. Yafeh hayom Shabbat Shalom. Shabbat Shabbat Shalom. Shabbat Shabbat Shalom. Shabbat Shabbat Shalom. Shabbat Shalom. Shabbat Shalom.
Nice music. Beautiful, beautiful music.
Great, great.
Hi, Zoomies. Can you hear me?
Yes, can.
That was a beautiful service, wasn't it? Thank you, Norm. Thank you, Judy, and all the Gelmans
Who's
who are
speaking?
online. It's Carol Klinger.
Hi.
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 I
Shabbat
can't
Shalom
see you,
all. It
Carol.
was phenomenal.
Oh, it was so great. What a legacy. What a way to remember Esther and others. Thank you.
Norm, can you hear us?
You're on mute, Norm.
Norm, you need to unmute lower left.
Great to see you, Norm. We still can't hear you, Norm.
We
'cause you're
can
on
read
mute.
your lips. We're reading your lips. Lower left, Norm. Where it says mute next to stop video.
Can anybody hear me now?
Yeah.
Yes,
Yes. We can't see you, but we can hear you.
Well, I can't see me and either. I'm on my phone rather than on my computer, and it doesn't give me the same. My phone doesn't give me the same set of controls that I normally have on my computer.
But we can hear you now.
And
Well,
we enjoyed
I'm glad. It's good to hear. Good to hear from all of you. I wish this COVID would go away and I would feel more comfortable about seeing everybody in person.
That's
Norm,
right.
Norm, where are you located now?
Where am I located? Right now, I'm in my kitchen, but I'm in Potomac.
Okay, so you're home.
I am.
Wonderful.
From Potomac to Rwanda and many places in between. Hi, Phyllis. Oh, right, I can talk. And you all understand English.
Yes. How long have you been back from Rwanda?
I'm still in Rwanda.
Oh,
That's
you
what
are?
makes
Wow.
this magic.
This
That's
is a
what-
wonderful reception. Yes.
Yeah, it's so great, Phyllis, to see you and to see your notes in the chat.
Yes. Thank you. I miss Africa so much. I wish I could get back to all those wonderful places. I was working in Malawi recently and well, recently, 5 years ago. That's been too long.
I just want to say before we go all around or open it up that I just really want to, Norm, everybody really enjoyed the program so much. And thank you, and Judy and Steve,
Well-
everybody.
And it was great to have Esther in our thoughts during it.
Yes.
Well, we miss her, and I think the Montgomery County misses her, but it's the memory is important.
She had
And all the
wonderful
seeds-
strength.
All the seeds she planted are bearing fruit, which is great.
Right, actually, and Sid didn't mention that our new lieutenant governor is also one of Esther's proteges. And once the administration gets set, I hope we can lure Aruna to Adat Shalom to talk to the congregation.
Yeah, that'd be great.
She's a terrific young woman, and I think I have high hopes for this administration.
I think Judy dropped off, but I want to wish her well and hope she gets better soon.
Well, she's been she had an infection on top of the surgery, and she's taking antibiotics, but an unpleasant antibiotic. So she's not very comfortable right now.
Well, please tell her that we're wishing her well. I don't remember, did I miss the healing service? I didn't hear it. But I certainly would put her name in there.
Yeah, it was a brief aliyah or break, and but it almost got snuck by without notice.
Yeah, well, at one point our cat jumped on our computer, so. Oh, and I wanted to say to this, how when we have these musical moments, how much I miss Rachel, because she had such a lovely voice.
Yeah, I was thinking that too.
Not
wonder what
Rachel.
Rachel's
No,
doing.
I mean young Rachel, the Sardatsky's daughter. I mean, I miss all the Rachels, but I want to say that to David and his wife.
Mhm.
And I also want to ask Steve about that picture. Is that your grandchild?
Indeed, my Sandy and I just passed into the glorious phase of grandparenthood. This is Alan and his wife, our daughter-in-law Hillary's child, Eliana Selden Brody in San Jose, California. It's one of her first pictures. I call it the ventriloquist picture because she's got a little mitten on her hands, and I say she's practicing to be a ventriloquist.
Well, congratulations, Steve. And I didn't think there could be an improvement on your holla, but this was an improvement.
Yeah.
Very a lovely child. Congratulations.
Thank you.
I'm raising my hand to share something that this community will find extraordinarily moving. It was 3 years ago today. I was in Rwanda when Anne Mizanson died.
Oh my.
So today is her traditional calendar yurt site. And I just read a note from her son, Josh. Josh and I have been in touch with each other every Friday Shabbat for the last 3 years.
Wow.
He just shared something. He said when he moved to Arizona less than a year ago, all of his boxes made it to Rwanda, but I'm sorry, made it to Arizona, but one box. And in the one missing box was a photo of Anne and me next to each other with a message on our t-shirts that said, F, you know the rest of the F word, F cancer. And Josh was terribly disappointed that that one box had been lost months ago. It turned up in Arizona 2 days ago.
Wow.
Wow.
So the fact that I'm here in Rwanda and Josh is telling me this story and I'm sharing it with you is about how big and powerful memories can be, like Esther's, like Anne's, and so many others. So thanks, friends.
Thank you for sharing that with us.
I don't know that I can show you this photo, which is a little, the F word is there.
Move it a little. There's a glare, Phyllis.
Okay.
Okay, that's good. Oh, move it back. That's good. Wow.
That's a great photo.
Wow.
All right. Quieting down.
Hey, you know, it would probably be a mitzvah to share that picture with the congregation. I don't know if it makes sense or not, but it's nice to see the photo and to be reminded that this is the yurt site for Anne.
Yes, one of our members whose contributions were very great, and it was sad to lose her.
I was pleased to see that Steve was carrying on her contribution with his drum today.
Well, thank you for that. And, you know, we're in such a interesting phase, aren't we, with the transition in the synagogue with all the wonderful leaders we've had in the past and looking toward the future. And it's going to be, I think it's going to be a painful transition in some ways, but a very meaningful one. And so I just want to wish us all really good luck in getting through this in a wonderful way.
Well, Ina Bell, who's joined us today, has seen a lot of transition over the years. Do you have any words of encouragement for us?
Who are you talking to, Carol?
Ina Bell, Levin.
Is she on the conversation?
Oh, I see her. Yes, she's on mute and I don't know whether she can hear us or not.
Gosh, how are you seeing more people? I don't see that many people.
Well, I've seen probably I have 20 people on my screen. Not people, but 20 squares.
I don't see her. Oh, yeah, I do.
Ina Bell, I was so thrilled to hear about how you were there at the creation of Adat Shalom and was so fundamental in getting it started.
She may have stepped away.
Yeah.
Well, I think there's a number of people on the call who have been certainly within the first couple of years of Adat Shalom. We've come such a long way, physically, mentally, emotionally, religiously, spiritually. I think it's amazing that institutions evolve and move forward. And it's, you know, I don't know that all of us, I mean, I think it's an amazing, I don't know whether it's a coincidence or just happened that Rachel and Fred have decided to move to another phase in their lives in the same year. And thank you, Sid, for staying with us. You're not on the call, but thank you. And lots of people have stepped up to help us from the lay community as well. And so it's very heartening to me.
Well, transitions are difficult, and maintaining continuity during transitions is especially difficult. I think it's the responsibility of those who have been around for a long time to help maintain the continuity during this transitional period. I hope we come out well on the other side of it.
You know, for what it's worth, I've cornered Sid a few times, and you know, as the founding rabbi, I think it's really interesting that he does not seem really concerned. I think he feels and sounds very hopeful, and I don't know if he knows something. I'm not saying he knows anything, but it really made me feel better when I talked to him. So, and he didn't say anything. I just didn't feel from him what I feel from everybody else, and which is concern, of course, and a little despair for our losses. And I just want to, I think I can say this publicly, that he just seemed okay, you know, and this is like in his baby in a way, right? Like it's a founding rabbi. And so I don't know what that means, but I thought I'd share it.
Beth, I saw your chat request. Fred told us that in June, he'd be stepping down as a full-time rabbi and staying with us part-time for, I think he said, for another year. But meanwhile, we're looking for a whole new set of clergy in the synagogue.
Thank you. I did not know that.
Well, I think I'm going to bail out for now. It was good to see all of you. I hope to see more of you in person in the future.
Same here. Shabbat shalom to everybody as well. Take care.
Shabbat shalom.
Shabbat shalom. So there's more programming, right?
Right. If we stay on, we'll be able to participate in the Q&A.
So Phyllis, I want to know what time it is in Rwanda.
It's 7:28. The sun rises about 6:15 and sets about 6:15. It's a very well balanced.
Is it morning or evening?
Night. We're 7 hours way ahead of you.
Okay.
The only way I can get ahead of the Dot Shalom people. And it's the same Zoom, so Rena suggested we keep it open. I would also, as a member, request that while expressing feelings about the losses around Rachel and Fred, that we be cautious in making assumptions or projections and trust the board and communicate directly with them. Okay?
Good point.
Okay.
I'm not sure what you're saying, but
there have been some folks who have expressed personal stories and points of views that are awkward when it is not authentically and accurately based.
Okay, I just was concerned I might have offended somebody with what I said, but
I'm putting that out as a guideline.
Thank you.
Up front.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
You did not upset anybody that I know of, Deborah.
It's fine. I wasn't sure what was being communicated. I feel fine. Thank you.
Thank you.
So we leave this open or we can come back?
You can turn your video off and your mute off and just leave your computer and no one will follow anyone to the bathroom.
When did he say they were coming back?
I thought they said
1 o'clock. They're coming back at 12:50 at the request of Sid, and the program will begin at 1.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Phyllis. I'm glad you're taking notes.
Shabbat shalom, everyone. Bye-bye.
I'm going to make my own little oneg, but I'm still here in the kitchen. So happy to talk to anybody who's still on. Jen and Gary, I hope you're doing well. There's a number of us here still.
Hi, Steve.
Whoa. Lighten that, talk about reverb, the group and now the sound. I'm trying to edit onto my back screen a more recent family photo with my son, who many of you saw grow up through Adat Shalom, as well as be a counselor at the Camp JRF, and his wife and child. So I'm doing that in the background. Then I'm going to grab a little lunch and be back here to enjoy the panel, the Q&A. Sorry about that, if that was from me.
So Steve, okay. Can you hear me, Steve?
Yeah, yes, I can.
Mazel tov on your new grandchild. That's so thrilling.
Thank you. Yes, it's it really didn't sink in until we got to go out to San Jose for a couple weeks right around the holidays and hold our little grandchild. And now we've been making very good use of FaceTime and video chats. And we've got our daughter Alana gave us a digital picture frame that is linked to the internet, so we can upload the latest pictures and have them on our counter here in the kitchen area while we prepare a dinner and clean up and have a chat and have the latest baby photos. It's takes the sting out of being across the continent from our granddaughter, but expect we will be racking up quite a bit of frequent flyer miles in the years ahead.
That's so exciting. So do you stay in their home or do you rent a place nearby? Like, what are the logistics of it?
Well, for this 2 weeks period, because the Machatonim were there, is that the right word? I think Hillary's parents, who live about an hour away from San Jose, down in the Monterey Carmel area. They were already ensconced in the guest bedroom of Alan and Hillary's place. And so we got an Airbnb, a great little 4-bedroom place, about a 30-minute walk and a 10-minute drive to their place. And Alana and her beau Dan drove up from the LA area. So the 4 of us were in the Airbnb. And then when we were the tag team with Hillary's parents, and they went back to Carmel after Christmas, and we moved into Alan and Hillary's place, and everybody did COVID tests, and we wore masks up until we all felt comfortable, and then took off the masks and stayed in fortunately the weather was good enough to allow us to take walks and eat out on the patio and that sort of thing.
Nice. So fun.
Indeed. Yeah, I meet with the men's, we have a little men's group here in Adat Shalom that meets monthly, and we zoom in with each other. So I've asked the fellow grandfathers on the group, the subset of the group that's into grandparenthood, for their best advice, and have tried to walk the walk as well as not just talk the talk.
Sounds to me like a big suckers club.
Well, it's great. It's a suckers. I'm not sure that.
Well, I know it's not an appropriate word, but somehow that's the one that comes to mind for me, because I'm sure you're all suckers for your grandchildren.
Oh, that. Yeah, when you mentioned that, I was conjuring up the old W.C. Fields movie, Never Give a Sucker an Even Break, who was one of my heroes growing up in Philly. But it's a men's, we call it, it was originally formed with Rabbi George and a few others as a transition support group, recognizing no matter where you are in your life, there's some kind of transition going on, either work related or health related or grandchildren related. So
Nice.
it's a nice gathering to not just let women group meet in their women's group, but men have a little sounding board for each other and to support each other.
Nice. I love that.
Oh, so you see here, Beth, you saying you're expecting your first grandchild?
We are. Yeah.
Oh, exciting. It will the child be born? Do they, her parents live in the near area where you can visit?
Sadly, no. Our firstborn is Eli, and Eli and his wife live in Jerusalem.
Ah, Jerusalem.
So that's why I'm kind of interested in the logistics of your arrangement.
Yeah.
You know, I don't know how we're going to manage this, but I know I want to get there, but it's going to be really hard to leave.
You know, I just want you to know, I didn't know how to mute, so I've been listening, and I thought I'd better tell you I'm listening, but Beth, congratulations.
Thank you.
That's
you.
really so great. And
Yeah.
Steve, congratulations. I didn't know how to stop listening, but I'm so glad I was listening. That's so great.
Well, glad you were able to take it in. Hopefully I'll have this other picture up as my background momentarily.
Yes.
Beth,
I like the
wondered.
ventriloquist picture. That was a good one.
Oh, yeah. Well, I'll go back to that one while I'm fixing this other one. I just have to export it as a JPEG. It's a PDF right now.
Beth, when is your grandbaby due?
We are not that I think gender is so important, but they did find out that it's a girl, and she's coming at the end of April.
She's coming.
Well, you never know.
Oh, that's really soon.
The logistics, it will definitely be challenging as it is for us with the West Coast, but and especially in this COVID era, we felt we had long discussions with Alan and Hillary, and they were listening to their healthcare providers, and we were all being super cautious and making sure with the company. In fact, I went on a scuba diving trip down in Cozumel and Playa del Carmen. And in fact, Hillary went into labor while I was down there, which would have been about 10 days earlier than due date, but it was it was a false alarm. I was getting ready to redirect my return flight from Cancun to travel to the West Coast and meet Sandy there. But fortunately, things calmed down in San Jose, and I was able to get back home. And then Sandy and I, we decided, we had a long discussion about, because our daughter-in-law was saying, oh, come out for the birth and all this kind of stuff. But of course, with natural childbirth, you don't know when it's going to happen. And we decided, well, fortunately, she had her parents who have a home in Carmel Valley. So they could be the first shift, so to speak, and be there. And Hillary would want her mom there, I'm sure, as a top priority. So Carl and Selden, which are the Machatonim, they were very much poised to be with Alan and Hillary whenever the birth was going to happen. And so bottom line is Sandy and I decided we're going to sit and wait for the birth to happen, pay whatever piper we had to pay in terms of getting the airfares, at the last minute, which we ended up flying just before a storm was about to hit here in the DC area, because we were scheduled to fly on the 22nd of December, and there was ice predicted that morning. So United had sent out an alert that anybody wanted to change their flight could, so we flew out a day early. And on the 21st of December, the baby came on the 15th. So that was, I mean, literally 6 days later, we were in place. And then we did that, we all planned to be, including Alana and Dan, who were driving up from LA, to be in the Airbnb and be masked when we went over to Alan and Hillary's place and used their outside patio for the first 3 days or so while we all masked until we took the COVID-19 tests and everybody gave thumbs up on the.
So
negative.
how many days did you wait after flying?
So the three, we took the tests on the third day. So we flew on the 21st. Lana and Dan arrived on the 22nd. We all were in this Airbnb, which was a lovely 4-bedroom, 4-bath place. And on the third, so whatever 3 days later, the 24th, I guess a Christmas Eve day, so to speak, we took our tests, and Alana and Dan have been basically teleworking and being very, Alana's on, was by that time on her break from her graduate studies, and Dan was teleworking. So they had been sequestered in their place and had driven to San Jose, so they were less at risk. So we waited the 3 days. So it was around 24th or 25th. We took the tests. We were negative, and at that point,
You did a rapid test, right?
we did the rapid tests. We had no symptoms. Alan and Hillary got comfortable about that. I think when we were in the same room as the baby in the house, and they have a 3-bedroom townhome that they're renting in San Jose, and they got a 3-bedroom specifically so they'd have a grandparent guest room.
Nice.
So I guess I'm trying to recall, but at some point after that, those negative tests, Hillary and Alan were comfortable enough for us to take our masks off when we were around indoors. And so we had about a good week plus of maskless, being in our own bubble. We cooked and did some takeout, and fortunately the weather cooperated on some nice walks. And
That's beautiful.
so Beth, you'll do what Sandy and I decided is we were going to yield to our son and daughter-in-law and what their comfort level was as far as exposure. And we are ourselves been fortunate, knock on wood, we have not caught COVID-19 yet, but I'm very concerned this winter season because the numbers have ticked up and everybody seems so casual about it, even in airport situations and all that. So and that's why I continue. I've only been to the synagogue once, and that was for there was a klezmer workshop, and I brought my little drum and enjoyed the klezmer workshop masked in the sanctuary. But I haven't come. I almost came today, but then I decided I was going to enjoy the performance by Zoom. And I'm waiting to see what the medical numbers are, both because they talk about upticks in the COVID infection numbers and all that.
Steve, where do you find your numbers? Because not every,
I'm just mainly I listen to NPR and the PBS NewsHour, and Anthony Fauci has been on it, and I read what's in the Post. And when I want to see numbers, I'll usually go Johns Hopkins. They are either that or, for example, when I went on this dive trip to Mexico, I checked their numbers in Cozumel and Playa del Carmen, And fortunately, my whole week there was outdoors. I mean, the setting, I had my own room, and the setting at the hotel in Cozumel as well as in Playa del Carmen was such that we were in patios, outdoor patios for meals, for all 3 meals. And I kept away from any enclosed areas so I could be pretty comfortable. Then when I returned from that trip on the 10th of December, 3 days later, I took the test to make sure I was fine before Sandy and I would get on the flight to San Jose.
Yeah.
But I have my radar, my spider sense or whatever is up pretty high right now about the newest variant. And we have a neighbor in our cul-de-sac group that's actually passed our 1,000th night of meeting together every night since the beginning of the pandemic for a little happy hour. And a woman in our group who's a grandmom, she caught COVID and had long COVID and just had to have a little heart surgery, an ablation heart surgery because of some heart ailment that was the result of the long COVID. So
ablations are usually for atrial fibrillation, I think.
I believe that's what she was experiencing, and they felt it was a consequence of her catching COVID, and even though she was vaccinated, and so the risk is still out there. It's much less if you do all the right things. And we got our bivalent booster this fall, in late September or October. But I'm going to stay masked indoors when if I find myself in an indoor situation with people that I'm not really sure what the situation is and their vaccination status, at least probably through this winter season when where we have to be inside most of the time.
Yeah.
You guys, I'm gonna go grab lunch. Beth,
I'm gonna do the same.
congratulations. Steve, congratulations. It's
Thank you.
very exciting. April. Where do they live, Beth?
They live in Jerusalem.
So I just have this crazy thought. When is the baby due?
At the end of April.
End of April. My nephew lives in Jerusalem and he's going to be here for Passover. So his apartment, who knows what kind of things people can work out, but that's not the end. So
Yeah, no, that interesting. Yeah, it's exactly what I'm looking for. I'm looking for an apartment in Jerusalem.
do
But
you want me to ask my family?
definitely,
Sure.
please. Yes, yes,
Sure.
yes. My son lives in Rehavia.
Where does he live?
He lives in Rehavia.
It's outside of Jerusalem and Tel Aviv. It's not too far. It's a very nice community.
Where your nephew lives?
No, where
No,
you're
I think Carol's talking. Carol, we can't see you, but we can hear you.
how I knew people in Rehavia. I've been to parties in Rehavia, and it's about a 40-minute drive, but I can't remember if it was from Jerusalem or from Tel Aviv.
No, Rehavia is in the heart of Jerusalem.
But how long a drive? It's a neighborhood in Jerusalem.
Yeah, he lives in Jerusalem.
Oh, okay. I thought it was a suburb of Jerusalem. Sorry.
Oh, that's okay.
Okay, I'll check it out. So I don't know. I don't know how to give you privacy, but I'll mute you and I'll mute me and I'll just stay on because that Phyllis said if we wanted to join, we should stay on if we wanted to join back in. So take care. Shabbat shalom.
Shabbat shalom.
Steve, I wanted to tell you to keep your eyes on npr.org.
Yeah.
Because we have some stories coming out about whether you can have 2 viruses at once. And the short answer is yes.
2 COVID or viruses?
You can have COVID and flu at the same time.
Oh, right. Yeah, in fact, we had our concerns about, as did our Alan and Hillary, about RSV as well as, so I had my flu shot, I got my Tdap updated. I got, all these, everything I could do before we were
Check
gonna
1, 2.
our grandbaby.
And the other thing to look out for is we have a story coming out about the effectiveness of the rapid tests with these new variants.
And do you want to give me the bottom line?
I don't know it.
Oh, you don't? Oh, okay.
They're working on it. They're trying to find out.
Yeah, because I was worried about, I was just I had a little scratchy throat earlier this week. So the first thing I do is take a COVID test because we had been masked, but in a restaurant with some friends. And it was negative, but then there's the false negative risk as well, that these rapid tests that just may not are not 100% accurate. But we do what we can do and take the risks we feel at least either that we're able to or feel comfortable doing.
Luckily, these vaccines seem to be working for keeping most people not very sick. So that's good.
Yeah. Yeah, I worry just at the lack of long-term understanding of this long COVID, which I know is rare, but it is out there. And even if you're vaccinated, you can have it. And at this stage of life, I don't want to have even a few months or a few years out of my life taken away by some debilitating illness.
Steve, I'm blown away by how fast time goes. The first time I came to Dot Shalom and needed a ride home from somebody besides Minna, you guys gave me a ride. And I sat in the back seat with your two kids, and your daughter was still in a car seat. And she held my baby finger all the way home.
Oh, that's such a beautiful memory. Well,
and a sweet memory as well, Carol.
Yeah. Well, she's now 3 years into what's expected to be a 5-year PhD program at UCLA at age 27. So yeah, time does fly.
What kind of PhD program?
So the specific name is behavioral decision making. It's behavioral science applied to public policy, sort of a blend of behavioral economics that Richard Thaler of Chicago got a Nobel Prize for in his book Nudge, and so it's a combination of behavioral economics, psychology, and her focus is understanding the irrationality of human behavior and how we can do the right things to appeal to people to improve their socioeconomic condition in life. For example, a big study that she and her faculty and some faculty at Penn did about why people, or what would encourage people to get more flu shots. And obviously there's direct reference to how that would work for COVID. So she just was at Wharton School and at Penn giving a talk on that, and their findings where they looked at different ways that either text messages or other kind of messaging that could encourage people when their vaccines are available to go and get them, and why people don't necessarily save for retirement, or why kids in community college, their holistic lives sometimes contribute to them having to drop out. So she's that's the kind of work that she's focused on, which is trying to recognize that we are not necessarily rational beings and we don't always do what is in our best interests. And how do you align the public policies or intentions of philanthropists or others more in line with how people actually behave. So it's in the business school actually of UCLA.
Mm.
Management,
Not an
like
easy
a
thing
school
to
of management.
explain, Steve. I give you cheers.
Oh, thank you. I hope it came through. I just say she's a behavioral scientist looking to try to make society work better and the world to be a better place. I feel very blessed and fortunate that you roll the dice with your kids, and both of my kids are doing Tikkun Olam type professions and work, and it gives me great joy to see it. My son Alan, he's a philanthropy advisor at the Jewish Federation of San Francisco, which has a $1.4 billion endowment that from all the funds that they've collected. So he's involved in scholarship campaigns, basically on the giving side of the Federation of the philanthropy. So he just finished certification in philanthropy advising, that sort of thing.
Wow, that's really something.
Let's see. I keep having problems trying to shrink this. I have a beautiful photo and I'm trying to make it a background photo, but when I do it, it's the wrong size and dominates the picture, and the baby doesn't even come through. So I keep trying to reduce it.
I don't even know how to do that. How do you get a picture in the background like that?
So in Zoom, if you know where you stop and start your video, there's a little up caret right next to stop and start your video. And if you click on it, it'll say choose virtual background as one of the pull downs.
Oh.
And if you click on that, it gives you a little template, probably with none, only none, and maybe one or two other things. And then there's a little plus sign on the right side, and the plus sign will allow you to choose a photo, which then becomes one of the photos in that frame of reference that you can select. And you can always go back to none, like I'm about to do, and that gets rid of the picture you're doing. So usually when my template, because it speaks to me, is when we do the universal, there's as the rabbis will say on the pulpit, we go from the universal to the particular during the Shabbat service. When we talk about the world, I usually do one of the James Webb pictures, like the one behind me now.
Yeah.
And then when we do the particular, when we go to talk about the Jewish people and read from the Torah, I go to the earth picture, which is more particular. And then when we have the oneg, or when we have the kiddush, I do my challah. One. This is another challah. And then here's one this is from a scuba diving trip I took. That's me underwater. And then here's our neighborhood group celebrating our 1000th night in the cul-de-sac.
Are you guys still doing that?
We're every night, rain or shine, ice or warmth. We have a big fire pit upstairs. Say again.
That was my husband.
Oh, okay. Yeah, we in fact, there was the Today Show with O'Donnell. What's her name? I forget her name, but she's the Washington correspondent for the Today Show. Not Carrie O'Donnell, but it's Carrie something like that. They came and filmed us on the 1-year anniversary of the start of the pandemic, when we celebrated our 1 year in the cul-de-sac together. It was just, it started out as a check-in every night, and then we graduated to enjoying it so much and getting to really know your neighbors rather than just waving and saying howdy neighbor. And we've enjoyed it so much that there's about 5 or 6 households that are very regular, and then a few others that come and go. And neighbors stop by, and people walking their dog will pop in. But we call our group the 6 feet at 6:30 group, because at the start of the pandemic, we were all supposed to keep at least 6 feet of distance. So we sat in a like a dodgeball circle in the cul-de-sac. We had a couple yardsticks that we threw into the middle of the cul-de-sac to make sure that everybody recognized to keep 6 feet apart. And now that we understand, or soon after, as we understood that the virus would be less communicable, or whatever the word is, outdoors, we loosened, but we have our group called 6 feet at 6:30. We have a logo designed by the art student of one of the couples in the cul-de-sac, which graces t-shirts and aprons and that sort of thing. And then we had our 5 minutes of fame on the Today Show, or good, was it? Yeah, it was the Today Show, which is on YouTube. If you want to see it, shows us with umbrellas under the rain and having a fire pit and whatever.
I think I saw it, because I think you told us about it
Yeah,
at the time.
I probably did. Sorry,
Yeah.
I probably said too much about it, but whatever.
No, it was great.
Yeah, we meet, we celebrate our, we know that we have a calendar and everybody's birthdays are on it, and Halloween, we do set up a joint thing for the cul-de-sac to out candy to the local kids. And it's become a community. It was the community that many of us felt that we lost especially when the COVID thing hit. So this provided a great community, and we've come to become very good friends.
That's wonderful. Okay, I guess it's going to start now.
Yeah, it looks like it. I'm going to go off for a little bit and grab some lunch, or bring some lunch back to the table.
This? I have two. I have one here and I have two. Is that you got a mic? Oh, you got a mic. Okay.
You don't know?
Yeah. Mike, is that working? Is that working?
Check. Yep.
All right. Thank you for coming back for this. There are more people who are still enjoying food while you're enjoying food for thought, and it'll even out soon. What I intend to do here is simply give each of the members of REVERB a chance to share a little bit about their own personal story. And then we're going to talk a few things about some of the themes of Martin Luther King Jr., the weekend, and the civil rights movement. And then we'll have a chance to open questions from the floor. Okay, I'm going to turn this way. So as I said at the end of the service, I think that when I say we, I say the Jewish community and the Black community have a lot of common goals in terms of the way we see society, equality, justice moving forward. And each of our peoples have traveled a very different road, but the overarching objective of what the kind of society we'd like to see is very common. But at the same time, there aren't enough relationships between our communities. And as a result, we don't know each other very well. And we can talk in generalities, but when we get to specifics, it's all about relationships. And I'm hoping that your presence here today, beginning with the music, is our ability to step in a little bit into your shoes in the same way you stepped into our shoes and taking a kippah from our playbook, so to speak, being in our place. Hopefully we have a chance to be in your place of worship as well in the future. So we'll just go this way. Troy, Micah, Chris, and Steve, ask you to take a few minutes to say kind of where you live, your family, what you do professionally, and so we get to know you a bit better. Okay, Troy? Yeah, we'll move that one right.
Hello, everybody. Again, my name is Troy Edler. I am native Washingtonian, but I grew up in Southern Maryland, in Clinton, Maryland. And I've lived in Silver Spring, Maryland for about maybe 12 years, something like that. I love it. Love Moco. Yeah, I love it. Actually, one of the reasons why I like living in Montgomery County is because it is so multicultural. Like there's a little bit of everything. There's so many different communities there. You can walk right into downtown Silver Spring and meet so many kind of different people. So I love that about Montgomery County and Silver Spring specifically. Yeah, I'm from here. I was just telling them while we were eating, I grew up Baptist and then went to North Carolina, where I went to college, and there I joined a Church of God in Christ. And then I came back here and joined an African Methodist Episcopal church. So I've kind of been all over the place as far as my church experience. But I always appreciate being able to meet a body of worshipers and, kind of immerse myself in a culture of people who are in touch with God, spending time with God, communing with, something bigger than ourselves. For a living, I'm a full-time musician. I'm a singer, songwriter, performer. I've been with REVERB for about 20 years now, which is crazy to say out my mouth. But yeah, I joined the group in 2002. And I guess that's about it. I have music. I have some music. I perform under the name Soul Edler. So I have music like on Apple Music and stuff like that under Soul Edler. It's spelled, it's okay because I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna do him to the when it's his turn. But it's spelled S-O-L. So as in like the sun, yeah. And my last name. But yeah, I've been doing that for a while. And
thanks, Troy. That's fine.
Yeah.
Micah.
Hey. Whoa.
How's your car? How's your car doing?
Terrible. But in context, I am safe. I am no longer cold. I'm here with all of you. And I am blessed by God's provision enough that when I leave here, I'm going to be able to go address it and move on like it never happened. So I thank God and I praise God for all experiences, those that I saw coming and those that I didn't. Yeah, so my name is Micah, for anybody who can't see my turned around name tag. I was also born in Washington, D.C. I've also lived in a couple cities in Maryland. My mother currently lives in Bowie, Maryland. I live in Southeast DC right now. And I am a full-time musician as well. I have a degree in music from Howard University in jazz studies and composition. I also have music of my own. My head is a little small for my chosen yarmulke, but I'm grateful. Is that the right name? I don't want to be.
Yeah, it's a yarmulke, or in Hebrew, it's a kippah.
Kippah.
Actually, Micah came late, so the other guys all chose for kippot. And then when Micah came late, he had his own little wool hat. I said, if you want a kippah as well, I told the guys they could take it with them, right? They're really excited about that. But I said, I'm pretty sure we saw in the bin a yarmulke that matched your coat. Yes. And Micah found it. Look at it. It's amazing.
Here it is.
Look at the coat. Look at the,
yes.
Yeah.
I'll have to get some pins like you've got. I don't know. I don't. Yeah. I need one of those. I do. Yeah. I didn't see any of those in the basket though. That's special. You have to subscribe for those. They don't give those to guests. Oh, okay. Well, yeah, I'm me.
I'm a Christian, and I think that differences in people are beautiful and necessary and to be celebrated. I guess one interesting fact about me before I pass it on, and I already shared this with, thank you, David, for hosting me, by the way. I already shared this with the people that I was sitting at the table with. Growing up, my father used to be the director of religious affairs for DC government. So while he was doing that, my sister and I used to have to go to various religious experiences with him all the time. Friday nights, Saturday mornings, Saturday afternoons, whatever, so this is not my first or even 15th time in a synagogue. Had a lot of experience growing up, being in synagogues, though we are Christian. And I told them that of all of the various experiences that we admittedly got dragged to, that the synagogue was my favorite, primarily because of the food. That you guys definitely took the cake on that one. So I've been hanging out in and out of synagogues for a long time, and I'm glad to be back with you guys here today.
So, Micah, so you're saying in a multiple choice question about what you most like about synagogues, if it was theology, prayer, music, or food, the answer is D, I guess, right?
Strong D, yeah.
Okay. Got that. Okay.
Good afternoon, everybody. Chris Hunter here. I'm native Washingtonian, the last of 6 children, born here in Washington, D.C. I'm currently staying in Washington, D.C., Southeast. I work in Fairfax County for before and after care program. Have kindergarten through 6th grade, the 14th year there. Love young people. I love working with young people. I met a young guy here today. I don't see him or his mother in here, but had a very pleasant conversation with him about school. And I go to a Pentecostal church in Largo, Maryland. My grandmother had 17 kids, and out of these, out of the 17, 8 of the girls started out singing together, and they sang quartet music. And I grew up in a household full of music all the time. My father played the guitar, and he played for them as well. As a young adult, I would travel with them to various places on the East Coast, mainly in concerts, New York, Philadelphia, Richmond, but always hearing the gospel song sang. And I started singing when I was probably 6, 7 years old in the young adult choir at my church, and that moved to singing with a group called the Apostolics. Once I reached probably age 18, then I went to a high school which had a beautiful male chorus, and I sang with a group of probably roughly 85 to 100 men, and we still singing today. They're called the Alumni Chorus of H.D. Woodson Senior High School in Washington, D.C. We just did a concert back in, I want to say September, and it was called Men of Color. That group came as a result of the male chorus coming together and always coming together to sing at one of the members' funerals. And we said we don't want to be the choir known as the gloom and doom. So let's get together and do something very positive. now that we are all old or older. So we came up with Men of Color Choir. And hopefully we will do more things with the Men of Color, as well as produce a new group called the Women of Color. And that's bridging the gap from the young to the old, because a lot of times the younger people don't get a chance to mingle with older people in terms of education and what we can offer as an older generation. So we're trying to pull that together, as well as make it be the catalyst of doing something positive. H.D. Woodson was rebuilt, and the second year, the ceiling kind of caved in right over top of the grand piano. And H.D. Woodson, of course, alumni got the roof fixed, got the floor fixed, and got a grand piano. Through those efforts, we started a scholarship fund for at least 3 students. So the next endeavor is to get those scholarships really rolling. Right now, I am, like I said, before and after care teacher at Fairfax County Schools. And I'm also an artist. In 2000, I think, I started painting when I was in 1990. And then 1994, I auditioned for REVERB. Heard them singing down at the Washington Monument, and I was like, I got to sing with this group. I got to sing with this group. So, of course, I've been with REVERB since 1994. Great group of guys, and I wouldn't have it any other way. Steve?
Good afternoon. I'm Steve Langley. I'm a native Washingtonian. I've lived here all of my life except 2 years. I lived in Charlotte, North Carolina. I started singing in elementary school through the elementary school chorus, and we got an opportunity. It was a citywide chorus, and we got an opportunity twice in 1968 and 1970 to sing at Constitution Hall. So that's where I really fell in love with music. And they separated the tenors, the sopranos and the altos were in separate rooms, and I was a soprano. And my boy, he was an alto. So after, we never heard what the other parts sounded like. So after the rehearsal, we would get on the phone and I would sing the soprano and he would sing the alto on the phone. So that's where I really learned how harmony worked. And I really, fell in love. Oh, that's how this is going to turn out. So that really brought me this really love of music. And my second love was the written word. I love to read books, like other kids play football and basketball. And my sport was reading. So I started listening to albums and reading the lyrics in the 70s when you had albums. And that really influenced me to be a songwriter. So those are the 2 passions that I have. I have a degree in journalism from Howard University. I did work in newspapers and magazines for many years because I thought it was impractical to work in the arts. That's what I was told. But everywhere I worked, I'd end up singing. I'm in the newsroom and I'm singing. I'm in the car. My coworkers like, you sing all the time. Like, why don't you just sing? And so I moved back to DC from Charlotte, and there was a chorus of Black men singing Christmas carols in the DC area. And we had a director. And we did that in 1990 of December. And after Christmas, we said, well, why don't we keep going? And half of the group said, no, that was fine, but no, I don't want to, sing anymore. So we ended up with only 6 people and a director. And a group of us said, well, since there are only 6 of us and a director, do we really need a director? Which of course was a big problem for the director. Well, we really asked him, why don't you join us? And why don't we, because he was the director, so he would pick the songs that we were going to sing. He would decide where we're going to sing. He made all of the decisions. And me and 2 others said, well, why don't you become a singer and let us as a group decide what we're going to do? He said, no, I don't want to do that. So he dropped out, and we decided then that we, as a group of young Black men, that we would figure out the songs we want to sing, where we're going to sing, and build a business. And we decided to call ourselves REVERB, as in reverberation or echo. And that's how it started in 1991. And by the grace of God, here we are today.
That's great. Well, thanks for sharing a little bit of your stories. So I'm curious, I'll start with you, Steve, because you're the original Reverb, or does it make you a reverber? Reverbian? It's clear that in the heyday of the civil rights movement, during the lifetime of Martin Luther King Jr. and that era, which we remember quite well, especially this weekend, the church was very central to the civil rights struggle. It strikes me that the movement, so to speak, has moved in a very different direction. The church is not as central to the struggle for civil rights and the liberation struggle today. And there are at least a couple of generations represented here. Have you seen that as well? And interesting to have each of you comment on that. And what role does the church have in the ongoing struggle now?
Well, I was listening to the radio recently, and one of the speakers pointed out about Black Lives Matter. And this was his observation, that Martin Luther King grounded his philosophy in spirituality, in the church, and also specifically in love of America. That it was an American, being an American was the underpinning, one of the underpinnings of the movement. And that's one of the differences between the civil rights movement and the Black Lives Matter movement, is this concept that it's a patriotic movement. And I found that an interesting observation. But as far as the church, that is where the rallies happened, where they started. I mean, people would come to church, plan the protest march or the action, and singing was a part of that meeting to get people on the same page, to get people, get their minds right, as they say, that we're going to sing together. It's going to be congregational, as we did today. We all sing along. So it wasn't a matter of you performing for people, it was community building. And that's one of the things that we are moving toward in our presentations. I'm reluctant to say performances, because we really want to move more to a place where we're sharing music together. We teach or sing this along with us so that the room is singing, and we don't want to be elevated on a stage and exalting ourselves. It is the music, and it is God, and it is spirituality that we're exalting, and making sure that we're not just exalting ourselves.
So I'm curious to have some other people comment on that, about whether you feel that the movement is weaker today because the church is no longer at the center. It's a piece of it, but not as big a piece as it once was.
Sorry. I do think that I agree with you that the church is not quite as foundational to social equity and social justice movement as it used to be. I honestly think that's largely because the church is distracted. With the church has so many battles of its own now that it didn't used to. I think in the time of the height of the civil rights movement, not all, but many of the leaders of the civil rights movement were also preachers. So it was just sort of a natural thing for their meetings to be held most of the time, not just in their church, in churches, but in their actual churches. You know, when Martin Luther King first started his contribution to the movement, he was meeting in his father's church. So he wasn't so it was a bit of coincidence, but then there's also just, I think, the way society is evolving now. One of, I guess, you know, depending on your angle, you can look at it as a good or bad thing. But one of the marks, I think, of my particular generation is that we are questioning like everything. And that we seem to, as a means of trying to balance years of living very monolithic lives, are elevating pretty much anything that feels alternative, which unfortunately sometimes leads us to put down things that were dominant before, whether they should be put down or not. And I think the church has unfortunately been kind of a victim of that, in that we all grew up with church being such a dominant presence that now, out of it, kind of like a child acting out when they're disciplined, it's like they go a little too far in trying to create the balance of maybe, you know, recovering from trauma or whatever like that. So, you know, now it's like, oh, church is bad, we don't have to go to church, that's unnecessary, but we're still militant and we still want to see the world be a better place. So now we're still contributing to the movement, but we're not doing so as active members of a church.
Really interesting. Could you just add, before you pass the mic, because I want to hear Troy's comment on the question I asked, but just expand for a bit on your comment about how the church has been distracted. What are the distractions in the church right now?
I think the distractions of the church right now are primarily defending itself against a lot of what I was saying in terms of the people leaving, generational detachment, now sort of COVID quarantine, in terms of a lot of churches, quite frankly, died during that time because people stopped giving, either because they didn't have it to give or just got out of the habit. Even right now, and I don't mean this with any disrespect to anybody who's not here, we're glad that you're joining us virtually, but like even with that, like a lot of churches had to downsize their physical space because people simply got used to the comfort of having the experience without actually having to physically be here, you know. And so churches are now dealing with all of these other types of, you know, there's the various other social issues that aren't necessarily about race. There's gender stuff, there's sexuality stuff, there's I don't know, it seems like it's a different thing every day that everybody, you know, is sort of all comes together to focus on like it's the only thing that's ever been wrong in the world. And the church is often tasked with trying to stand at the front of each of those issues because everybody always wants to know, well, what's the church's stance on such and such and such and such and such and such. So I don't think they quite have the bandwidth to put as much energy into social justice alone as they used to.
Really interesting. Troy?
Yeah, I mean, Micah really said 95% of what I was thinking, and he said it better than I would. But yeah, I agree. I guess to add on a little bit to some of what he was saying, I think the Black church in particular is again, no disrespect, it's an old institution in America. And in a lot of ways, I think people look at it that way and say, oh, well, we don't need to do it the old way anymore. We have these other options. We have this and we have that. Some people don't know the history. Some people don't understand how important the Black church has been to civil rights or to the rights that they enjoy today, you know, in this country. Other people, like Micah said, are just railing, going in the other direction because they don't have to. There was a time when the Black church was all we had. There was a time when the civil rights movement had nowhere else to go but the Black church. But that is not the case anymore. So I think, you know, that has a lot to do with it. There's a lot of distractions. There's a lot of alternative avenues, if you will. It's a different world now than it was then. So even outside of the presence of the church, I think Black people in this country are just distracted. There's a lot of things that kind of, if you're not careful, you will think that the civil rights movement, quote unquote, is over, that, you know, our freedom is won, that kind of thing, because you throw this bone, you throw that bone, and oh, we're good to go. But they don't understand that, you know, there's so much more that we are entitled to as a people in this country, that there are so many other people who are dealing with the same injustice that we used to deal with, and we have to help fight their war too. You know, it's one of those things. So yeah, distraction is a big thing, I think, as to why the Black church is not as central to civil rights as it was, in my opinion.
All right, I'm going to ask one more question, and then I'm going to throw it open to the audience. And the last question I want to ask, and anyone can comment on it, is on the tie between art and justice movements. Okay, you might have seen the movie One Night in Miami, which kind of this fictionalized version of, you know, what happened with James Brown and not the names, Sam Cooke, right, Muhammad Ali, and Malcolm X. Thank you. So in there, they portray Sam Cooke as a guy who was a crossover artist, had a lot of success playing to mixed, if not white audiences, and then he does A Change Is Gonna Come, which became a very important song in the civil rights movement. Okay, fast forward 40 years, right? There are many, many artists, Black artists, who have tremendous name recognition, and some of whom have been part of the struggle, and part of whom have perhaps distracted from the struggle in very unhelpful ways. So I'm kind of curious about how you see the juxtaposition of art and liberty and justice movements, but also the whole issue of, one of the things that's going on now with things like Black Lives Matter is that there's a real push against singular leadership. They don't want one person in the head. It's leadership by committee. So it's harder to identify a Martin Luther King Jr. as a leader. And that's also playing out in the society. And I'm wondering, a lot of things there, some thoughts about that as you think about your art as it reflects the movement for liberation and civil rights.
So one of the pressures I find being an artist of any type is this notion of monetizing your art. Like, yeah, you're a painter, you're a dancer, you're a visual artist, but are you making any money at it? And that suggests if you're not, then you're not really an artist. And that is certainly not true, because there's commerce, and then on the other side, there is art. And I feel like one of my missions as a human being is to continue to create art that I feel passionate about, that I think speaks to humanity, like the song In This Land. And REVERB has been gracious enough to sing many of my songs over the years. Some of them went well and some of them didn't, but I just keep writing because I keep striving for artistic excellence and truth. And I'm not focused on how much money I can make from it. Money is important. But when I look in the room here, this is for me validation. And for any of you who are creators out there, keep creating your work, because if you connect with one person, that is a spiritual connection. If you create with, my value as a songwriter is not how many albums we sold. That's not the most important thing, I think, because I think when my life is over, I'm going to be measured by the talent that I have and what did I do with it. Did I try to bring people together? Did I try to expose things that I thought were concerns? That's what's value to me. I will say that I am a playwright and I am a screenwriter, and I have a play called Gone Fishing, which I'm turning into a short film called Gone Fishing. So that is my next non-REVERB project. And what was the other part of your question? I want to make sure I address.
Yes, the whole issue about the role that art and well-known artists play in leading a movement in a certain direction or distracting people from a movement?
What the role?
Of artists and leadership in terms of a civil movement? Yeah.
I think I can only speak for myself, and I guess I've already said this, so we'll move on. I can't tell another artist what he or she should not do. The only thing I can do is do what I think God is telling me to do, and to do it as best I can. As I said, be the best songwriter I can, write the best hook, come up with the best melody, bring it to these brothers, and they help me to, with his degree and with their ears and with his percussion playing, they turn in this land into something far greater than I could have created on my own. I had the melody and I had the lyrics, but when they brought their voices to it, it resonated, and it continues to resonate. And the song, as I mentioned, is talking about the unequal distribution of wealth. And I think for me, that's just one of the problems, issues that I'm concerned about. And I wrote about it. And there are others. And I have love songs too. But I'm not going to write something that is going to degrade, demonize anybody, because I don't feel like that's what I've been given the talent to do. That's just my personal philosophy.
Anyone else want to comment on art and the struggle for freedom?
The thing that I wanted to pull out, my person at my table shared with me when she was in college as a cheerleader at high school cheerleader. And it was during the time the schools were being integrated, and the young African-American girls that joined probably most populated school for Caucasians, and they joined and they started singing Woke Up This Morning with My Mind Stayed on Winning. So those kind of things brought us together through integration. I think about Ella Fitzgerald and Sam Cooke and others who during that time, Harry Belafonte, during that era, it wasn't a whole bunch of Black people on the television screen. And we had to get the message out some kind of way. What better way to do it other than the voices and the faces that were prevalent during that time? Now it's you have rappers and you have go-go and you have all this other music forms. One thing I loved about joining REVERB is that they sang about the civil rights movement. They sang about the struggles that we had. And there were not a lot of African-American groups out there doing that. We had Sweet Honey in the Rock, and there's another female group called In Process that we were mingling with. But I didn't hear a lot of what we do in the songs that we sing and the messages that we sing about in today's society. And I want it to continue. To this day, I'm really like I want this kind of thing to continue. One thing that has really hurt us as a society is younger people having children, and none of this history is coming along with them because they're either not interested in learning about it. It's not for me, it's for the older people, you know, or their parents didn't talk about it. My parents didn't talk about it, that kind of thing. So it kind of leaves a void in society where the younger generation is on this side and the generation before that's in the middle. And my parents who have gone on, theirs is over there. So we need someone that would give the same passions as Martin Luther King. And we don't have that at this time. But I believe that we're going to get there. As Martin Luther King said, we're going to get there. We're going to get there.
Mike and Troy, you want to comment on that at all? Either of you, one of you?
Sure. I'll keep it short so we can move on though. But I think kind of piggybacking really off of both of them, but one sentence Steve said in particular was that he said, as an artist, I'm not going to tell any other artist what to do. That is actually, that sentence, I would say, I think encompasses the answer to your question in terms of the role of art in the civil rights movement, or not specifically the civil rights movement, but in relationship to freedom. In that, and again, this is, as Chris was talking about, probably just a generational thing. I think real freedom is not having to talk about it anymore. I don't think, and that's not to disrespect those who do. I equate it kind of the same as like how we here in this country proclaim ourselves to be the land of the free. The real reason is not anything that any of us sitting in this room are doing. We say that primarily based on the work that the people in the military away from us are doing separately from, and both things are valuable. So you do need people still fighting. You do need people still singing those songs, keeping that stuff alive. But I think you also need the balance of people living in the freedom. Because quite frankly, if I'm fighting Troy, as long as I'm engaged in a fight with Troy, even if I'm winning, I'm not actually free. I'm not free until I step away. And so, yeah, so I think the role of artists is to, as Steve said, be exactly who they were born to be and trust God's design, that their purpose is their purpose, that the fighters will be born as fighters and the fighters will fight, and the historians will be born as historians and they will continue to keep history alive. And those who are simply supposed to just make songs about somebody shaking their hips because they feel good should do that too.
Yeah. I mean, I don't have much to add. Pretty much everything that they said. If anything, I would just add on that again, kind of like what they said. I'm one of those artists who I believe that if I want my freedom as an artist to be respected, I have to respect the freedom, the artistic freedom of others. So I don't believe that any artist is required to, particularly spearhead someone else's message or movement. I believe that an artist's job on earth is to paint the world around them in the time that they are in, what they see, what they hear, what they feel, what they experience, write a song, paint a picture, direct a play. I believe that that's what the artist's responsibility is. Do whatever you have to do to be able to sleep at night as an artist, as a creation and as a creator. So outside of that, whatever these artists are doing these days to reflect, whatever movement or whatever part of society they are exposed to, that's their choice. It's got to be genuine, if anything. And if it's not genuine, then it falls flat. Then it's no one wants it. So I would rather an artist not make music or tell stories about the movement if it's not genuine, and let the people who actually know what they're talking about or have some feeling on the experience or the struggle talk about it. Sometimes it's just our responsibility to dig a little deeper to find that stuff, though. That's there's so many more lanes in society and in media and in art these days. So it's it's so many people making music and singing songs. There's so many people on the radio. So you gotta dig a little harder. You gotta search a little more extensively, but it's still there. Freedom music is still there. Freedom artists, freedom storytellers are still there. But yeah, times are different.
Great. Take some questions from the audience, and we'll pass this mic around. So if you want, just raise your hand.
Hi, my name is Bob, and I have a question that's partly about music, and I'm thinking about harmony. I was a flute player in high school, and I was pretty good. So I have a tradition in melody, and my wife's a great singer. I cannot do harmony because I'm an imitator. If I'm next to someone, whatever they're doing, if they're doing melody or harmony or whatever, I'm singing whatever they're singing. It's not an ability I have. But I do know that, each of you has your own note, and when you sing them all together, you create a chord of the different notes all being together. And I also experience that the chord is very different than the 4 different notes. That when they come together, the harmony that you do together creates something which is far beyond just the individual parts. And I just want to ask you, sort of musically and personally, how doing harmony as a vehicle for your music and your message, what that means to you.
Yeah, that's a great question. We were kind of discussing this over in the other room too. But it's like you said, it's a phenomenon. Harmony is a phenomenon. And it's one of those things where when you're exposed to it, you can't really unexpose yourself from it. I can remember being an undergrad, and I had been in choirs my whole life, and I knew all about soprano, alto, tenor, all that good stuff, and I was singing a little bit here and there. But I can remember a friend of mine who introduced my listening ear, to the 4th part, another note in there. And I was like, wait a minute, I never thought that there was anything more than these 3 parts. And it's like, when that person changed my listening ear, I never heard music the same way again. I never sang it the same way again. I never harmonized the same way again. So it's harmony is something special, and it doesn't come easy for everyone. I would definitely say that all of us had to work at it. As natural as it may look, it's something that we've all had to put hours and years of our lives into studying. Like, some of us can actually play instruments and some of us cannot. So it's something that you have to actually put your hands on. But it's definitely a powerful vehicle. Like I was saying to some folks earlier, for me, it's something about, I can't really describe the enjoyment of being able to harmonize with people with your voices, but it involves frequencies and sound waves and that kind of thing, and how our name, as it talks about reverberation and vibration, how all of that affects your body and how it affects your spirit and your mind. And it's very, if you're open to those types of things, it's very metaphysical, and it's very satisfying when you're able to do it properly. That's always one of my goals, is to do it right, because it feels good when you do it right. It doesn't sound good when we're not, somebody's flat, come on, let's fix it, because it doesn't feel good. Yeah. But when it's right, it feels, it's something more than just a sound. So that's definitely something that's important to me as far as it goes.
Thanks, Troy. We're going to take other questions. I want to get as many questions as we can.
Yeah, thanks. My name is Mona Sarfati, and I'm curious about the program that you put on today. It's Martin Luther King Jr. weekend, and so there's a certain program that you presented, but what other types of music do you usually sing when you perform? And then several of you mentioned that you're musicians, so I'm curious about what kind of music that you as musicians play as well or sing.
So we sing a variety of types of songs. I mentioned earlier, we sing love songs. I wrote a song called Guaranteed that we sing. Yeah, and I've written quite a few other songs that I want to bring to the group, and we'll try them out and see what happens. Some are about relationships. One's relationships that work and those that don't work, because I write a lot from my own personal experience. So yeah, and we have some, well, you heard dog, and we have some dance. You know, we like to have fun too. So we have some hip shaking songs in there, at least one or two. Yeah, and we sing lots of covers too. Yes, we let's see, name a cover that we just did. Lean on Me. Oh, Come Go With Me, the Dell Vikings. So yeah, Elton John, we do. Yeah, it's a variety.
Okay, in that same spirit, I'm going to call on Ralph Nicken, who's also known as our homegrown Bob Dylan. He does a very mean Bob Dylan impersonation for Purim.
Okay. Yeah, but right now I'm gonna do Lean on Me. No. No, I appreciate what you folks are saying about you don't want to just be performers, but you really want to connect, and it's important for you to. So what goes when you have some new song you want to bring in, other than something Steve you have to do, but some new song you want to bring into the canon? How do you research it, check it out, and then how do you come up with the parts and how you're going to express it? How does that process work?
I'm going to turn it over to the guy with the degree.
Both people turn to me, though I'm the person who has never actually done that.
How it should be.
Stevie Wonder, tell him about.
Right. Troy said, you probably couldn't hear him. Troy said, no, that's because they want you to tell them how it should be done, not how we actually do it. But no, the truth is, I would say in the time I've been in the group, most of the time that has been Steve doing that. I would say he's probably, at least particularly for the group, Steve is the most active writer of all of us. And it usually comes with, he will have at least one or two sort of sets of melody that are different sections of a song that he would like to happen. And then he will like sing kind of the main line himself, and then let somebody else learn that and have them singing that, and then sing harmony that he may have heard. So like once he gets them singing it, he will then sing a part that he hears above or below it or in conjunction with it, so that it can all be heard together. And so it usually starts with just like 2 or 3 of the, there's actually 6 people in the group. Some of the other ones weren't able to make it today, but of the 6, it usually starts with kind of 2 or 3 people. He'll get like a main line going, and then he will then demonstrate the other lines one at a time, and people start to pick up things. And I'm usually last, because I usually make up my own. So yeah, that's usually how that process goes.
And he makes up his own as the base. He also fixes that are coming that don't work. So well, you really can't do that.
I have never said can't, Steve. I'm going to defend myself. I say shouldn't. I'd say I wouldn't. Rather, yes.
It makes sense musically.
Yes. But then I usually will couch it in. But if that's what you want to do, go right ahead.
That sounds like a parenting trick, you know? Parent, you know? Doesn't sound right, but if you want to do it that way, it's okay, but don't come back crying to me. Other hands, Lisa.
Oh, Yes, I'm Lisa, and I just want to thank you so much. It was such a wonderful morning day to be with you guys. One of the things that caught my attention was you talked about doing programs for children, and I have 3 grandchildren now and would love to have them be exposed. And also my daughter works in a school in DC as a social worker. I didn't know if you did any work in schools as well in terms of bringing programs to kids. So I'm interested in that.
Thank you. Yes, we actually, we've been talking about this a little bit today, and hopefully this is something that we will get to work out. But yes, we, our specialty when it comes to kids is a program that we have called Black History in Harmony. We developed this program with Washington Performing Arts, and it's probably, was it like 10 years ago? Has it been that long? Has it been that long? Oh my gosh. Yeah. So basically we formulated this show that is basically a musical and theatrical timeline from 1619, from the Middle Passage, from the origin of the Black man in America, from slavery up into current times. And in the process, we tell the story of the Black experience in America through song. We talk about slavery, we talk about freedom songs, we talk about Blacks in the military, we talk about segregation, we talk about all those things, but we do it in a way that is enjoyable for kids. We even slide in some stuff about a cappella and, you know, the music that we do to kind of introduce them to that concept. We love doing the program. We haven't done it in a lot of years though, mostly because of COVID, when things kind of came to a screeching halt. We weren't able to be in the schools like we were before that, but we did that for years in the schools, and sometimes outside of the schools. We would be community centers, churches, but that's something that we definitely would love to get back into the swing of. So hopefully, who knows, maybe we can bring it to the synagogue. But yeah, we would love to bring Black History in Harmony and share that with you guys.
So knowing of that repertoire, if anyone here has places where you think that REVERB could do programs, be in touch with me and I'll put you in touch with REVERB, okay?
Yeah.
Let's have time for one last question, okay?
Hi, this isn't a question. It's just a comment and feedback about how wonderful this program was, how you are. But I want to tell you that I especially enjoyed seeing kind of the generational evolution of how you're growing, from origins to new people to bringing people on. And I'm so warmed by, you're going to keep going. If one of you wants to stop for some reason, you've got such a, what feels like such a warm bond and such a collegiality, and listening to you hit back and forth a little bit and appreciate each other is part of the enjoyment, I think. So thank you for the relationship that you've shown us.
Thank you. I'm actually going to respond to that very quickly. Thank you so much. Okay, good. I would just like to say that REVERB is completely personally coming from me. REVERB is something that's very special to me. It's always been very special to me. I've been with REVERB for 20 years, which makes it the longest professional and personal commitment of my life. And that's not a small thing to me. One thing about us is when we get together, we make this wonderful music and we have wonderful harmony, all that good stuff, but we fight like cats and dogs. We argue like a band of brothers, but literally after we're done, we'll say, okay, see you next week. And we're right back at rehearsal doing what we love to do and what we love to do together. So I'm glad that it translates. I'm glad that the bond that we have, that it translates. I'm glad that what I found with REVERB is that in any configuration, we do what we do. We kind of, link up and say, okay, let's go. Mike has got a flat tire. Okay, well, Chris, Steve, let's go and do what we do. Can he come up when he gets here? Okay, all right, then he can just come on up on stage, and that's who we are. That's what we do, and that's what we love to do. So, right.
Yeah. Thank you for that question. I often say to myself, I've been in Reverb since 1994. February 2nd, I'll be 63. How long am I going to sing with these guys? I think probably 20 more years. I would love it. But thank you for the question. I look at Reverb as one of my family members. When I met Steve, I used to always tell Steve, you write incredible music. You're so wise. And his strength and understanding of people, because I don't think we would be as far as we are without his insight. Now, I'm going to thank you.
All right. Well, it's a great way between Carol and Chris's testimonial. Troy, Micah, Chris, Steve, you've really enriched our morning, our weekend, given us a lot to think about, given us rhythms and music for our soul. And thank you so much for who you are, what you do, and being our guest this morning at Adat Shalom. Thank you.
Thank you.
Donald Robinson, he was his brother Anthony Williams. That's one of his best friends. Really? Yeah, I assume so. Yeah.
I remember once I was teaching one thing to give it, and in the middle of the speech was a public policy thing. He broke into song.
He does that every single
It was
time.
like amazing.
You probably saying either if I can help somebody or dream the impossible dream. You probably yeah. Yeah. Very much.
I came before.